Welcome to episode 47, I think. Time flies when you're debunking conservative lies. Welcome to episode 47 of the broadcast. Why does it do that? Give me, I feel like, oh, there we go. I am live. Okay, give me 1 second to make sure we get live on YouTube and Twitch. I'll be right with you. Tap the screen, share the live. Here we go. Almost ready. Happy Thursday. I know. Well, I do need an intro song, but I've got to make one I can't, it can't just be any song. It has to be something that I have the rights to, that I won't get a copyright violation. Good news is I didn't get banned. I didn't get a copyright strike, which is when you can be sued for copyright violations. But when I played that wicked music yesterday that guy spoofed, Randy Rainbow, I got demonetized, not permanently, just that video, which I knew I would if I did it. It could have been much worse, but yeah, you just can't. Copyright violations are they're getting stricter and stricter on TikTok as well. It's just specifically with music. If you don't own the rights to music and you use it, unless you're able to revenue share, with that song I was playing, the leopard, I didn't think the leopard would eat my face. That is different because that is, she'll allow it to be revenue shared, but it just depends. But most content, yeah, people will dispute. If they go after YouTube, then YouTube, you have to get a lawyer. You can only have a few copyright strikes, then you're demonetized and thrown off YouTube. But yeah, as long as it's harmless, then, and someone just claims, oh, they used my song, then you just can't make money off of it most of the time. So I'm good. I just have to be really careful. I agree. Or I think I was thinking maybe I should get longer clips or something and play them at the beginning. I've thought about that, but give me 1 more second and I will figure this out. We're actually going to look at pictures of Zaire, the baby we're raising, for a quick second while we get more people in here. Tap the screen. Give me 1 more second to make sure we're live on YouTube. Here we go. I have no idea what that was. Everything's okay now. For a second, I was like, YouTube is broken, but everything's fine now. I figured it out. I thought I broke something for a second. Joanna, are you if you request, I'm sorry if I didn't see you if you're requesting. If you want to come up, I'm in the request, so I'll be able to see. I don't know why sometimes it hasn't shown me. I'm going to pull up the right presentation. We just want to show pictures. Like I said yesterday, some of us have been raising a child together. Zaire's so cute. We're raising a biracial baby in Arkansas. I know I told you how cute he is. Absolutely amazing. So I thought Joanna would like to introduce, I mean, the most adorable child. I was going to just pretend he was mine, but that's pretty weird. Well, Joanna, whenever you do request, let me know. I saw you in the comments there for a second. I know. See, and whatever we were talking about on Tuesday, Dr. Danny was saying, like, we need to not deprive ourselves of pleasure. Just because of this show, we talk about a lot of important news and heavy stuff doesn't mean we shouldn't do enjoyable things as well. Keep tapping the screen. Tap, tap, tap. We're not even to 10K yet. Tap the screen, share the live. We have some very interesting things to talk about. Oh, and I forgot to check up on something. I was when I was making the outline, is there an active you know what thing happening somewhere in Pensacola? Like I think on one of the military bases? Yeah, I'm just look no sign of you know what after report of shots fired at Naval Air Station Pensacola sends base into lockdown. What do you mean no sign? Like they went into well no, I mean they went into lockdown for sure. Are you requesting? Do you want to come up, Joanna, and go over the pictures, or should I just show them? I can just do it. Oh, there you are. I'll just invite you. I just figured I literally never knew how to do that before. TikTok Studio. I know how to do it on my phone. I can do it. Or I sent you an invite. Oh, she can't. I didn't see her say that. Well, do you want me to just wait? We can just talk about it whenever I mean, I feel like it's kind of it's I would love to show the pictures and take credit for all of this. But yeah, just whenever you can, let's just do that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, like whenever you want to do announcements and you have time, just come up then. And we'll do it then. And this is a separate person. I'll change to the bad news presentation. Oh, I added this twice. Gosh, I have so many weird orders of things. It's going to take a lot to figure out what order we're going to go in. Lots of stuff to talk about today. Let me think. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna skip around a little bit. I'm gonna talk about something that is really annoying me first. And I was like finding old things. It's so funny because it's about a year ago today when I started screaming about this stuff and when it was annoying me. Ugh. It's finally like before I start saying this stuff, I just want to be clear. I like Gavin Newsom. Like, I don't have a problem with him. I think he is one of the only people that stands up to Trump. He's effectively standing up to Trump. I think he's doing good work. I just think today he well, I mean, I thought he wouldn't do it because he said yesterday he was going to do it, and then people were expressing extreme displeasure with him on X. So I was like, maybe he gets the point and he's not going to do this, and he did anyways. So and people are very upset, and I just think it's valid. So I'm just going to play you a bunch. I was finding some old clips from like a year ago. If you remember, it was like last February when Charlie Kirk started his or her, I'm trying to think of what the name of the podcast is called. It's him and like three of his friends. There's like four. He lives in Arizona, not far from me. He's in charge of Turning Point USA. He hosts all the he basically is responsible for the youth vote for the Republican Party, like turning out the youth vote. He does all the Turning Point USA conferences, like basically using religion and politics combined as one to essentially indoctrinate the masses. And, like he's a huge proponent. Like he was playing, it was at a Cardinals game where all these ads were popping up when I was in the bathroom basically saying, he's a proponent of women not voting and saying that every household should have one vote. And also he was putting ads out saying like, if you don't vote with your husband, like you're betraying your family and all of these sorts of things. Oh yeah, he lives in Arizona. Tap the screen. Tap, 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 tap the screen. Share the live. Anyway, sorry. Just Seabass, I added you as a mod. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. Oh, Fact said, thank you for your unbelievable kindness. That's a good reminder. Guys, just a reminder, this is my Cash App and Venmo. As of Tuesday, and whenever I got this information, Steve had to put his son suddenly into treatment, into substance abuse treatment, and that's Facts Still Matter, our friend. And call my friend and colleague, all of our friend, his show is every morning from 8 a.m. to 8 a.m. Eastern to 12 p.m. So, every yeah, he had to suddenly put his son into treatment. I think he's the first one to help all of us, right? And fundraise for people and be an amazing advocate in the community. So just 25% of whatever I make through Cash App and Venmo this week, I'm going to be giving to Steve just in any way because the treatment center is not covered by insurance. He was just taking his daughter on college tours last week. So he has an 18-year-old to put through college as well and had to drain his savings. So, yeah, I just want to make sure that we support him any way we can. I'll probably continue doing it next week as well. I'll let you guys know. But just to be clear, so just want to make sure anything or any 25% of what I make on Cash App and Venmo, I'll give to Steve. And then you can also support him directly. His live is 8 a.m. Eastern to 12 p.m. noon. And it's a great show, like to watch while you're, at work. So just saying, right? Okay, let me pull up the presentation. Keep tapping the screen and oh, sorry, I need to switch. Oh, I did. Why isn't it up here? Give me one. There it goes. There it goes. Okay, and I'm going to start with what I was talking about Gavin Newsom, and because I have these clips all over because I was kind of trying to find like examples of great TikTok studios starting early today. I'm trying to find the examples of what I'm talking about. So let me pull up these and we'll start with the Gavin thing that's bothering me a lot. And I'll show you. Well, actually, I'm going to start with the Charlie Kirk examples so you know what I'm talking about. And then I'll show you what Gavin Newsom's up to that is driving me insane. Okay. So this is literally about a year ago, right? It's called Thought Crimes. It's basically like a podcast Charlie Kirk does with his other bigot friends. Basically, they're saying like their bigotry and racism and things of that nature. Like, they're talking about, it's a crime to just have bigoted thoughts. That's why they call it Thought Crimes. And on this podcast, they say all sorts of horrible things. Like the reason I'm saying it was about 1 year ago today, and it's ironic Gavin Newsom is now doing this because I was remembering, literally a year ago is when Charlie Kirk was using this podcast to try to repeal the Civil Rights Act and shit on MLK. Like he spent all last February during Black History Month shitting on MLK. Does anyone remember this? Like it was unbelievable, and it was unbelievably hypocritical as well. Like this is the same guy that says the FBI is corrupt. You can't anything they say, and then was using like FBI files that have been largely discredited to try to like shit on MLK Jr. It was ridiculous. But so that's just to give you an idea of who Charlie Kirk was. And like when the Republicans started this whole thing about DEI and now we're in this nightmare, that was Charlie Kirk on this Thought Crimes podcast. Look, here's the quote. I'm sorry, if I see a black pilot, I'm going to be like, boy, I hope he's qualified. That was Charlie Kirk. Let me just play the clip. I'm laughing so I don't cry, but I'm just trying to remind you guys.
United story in the DEI story. Yeah.
Oopsies.
And that's why I think this United story in the DEI story hits so hard, because we've all been in the back of a plane when the turbulence hits or when you're flying through a storm and you're like, I'm so glad I saw the guy with the right stuff and the square jaw get into the cockpit before we took off. And I feel better now. You want
to go thought crime? Like, I'm sorry, if I see a black pilot, I'm going to be like, boy, I hope he's qualified.
Well, that's the you wouldn't have done that. You wouldn't have done that before.
That's not an immediate.
No, you wouldn't have done that before.
That's not who I am. That's not what I believe.
It is the reality the left has created.
I just want you to know, not only is he saying something incredibly bigoted and wild, he's blaming it on the left. He's saying, I'm not a bigot. The left has made me a bigot because of diversity, equity, inclusion. And this is all a lie that has Charlie Kirk is largely responsible for it. Basically saying, "Hey, because they're hiring unqualified black pilots, is that true?" No. It's an absolute lie. But he's saying, "Now I think if I see a black pilot, oh, they're probably not qualified." This has been a lie. This is a lie. This is delusional. If you want to be a pilot, everyone has to pass the same exact tests. But this is almost exactly a year ago. This is where this BS comes from. So Charlie Kirk and his band of weirdos on this thought crime podcast drives me insane. That's just one example. And I thought this was fun. I just want to remind everyone of this. So after Charlie Kirk started being a bigot and shitting on black people who run airplanes, I thought this was funny. I don't know if this went super viral. This is like a black flight crew, and they just were like posting this to piss off Charlie Kirk. Which I'm like, but Charlie Kirk, that you should have seen. I remember when they posted this, and like everyone's like, Charlie Kirk would have a nightmare if he got on this plane. It's hilarious. But anyway, I'm just jogging your mind as to why I don't necessarily think Charlie Kirk is a person that any decent human needs to platform, take seriously, whatever. Just jogging your mind as to who he is. Here's one more example before I go into why I'm so annoyed with Gavin Newsom. So again, this is about the same time last year. Charlie Kirk, if I'm dealing with someone in customer service who's a moronic black woman, I'm just reading the quote, I wonder if she's there because of her excellence or if she's there because of affirmative action. This is Charlie Kirk.
Just customer service. At times, you can't. Here's what's upsetting to me, Heather, is if I'm dealing with somebody in customer service who's a moronic black woman, I wonder, is she there because of her excellence? Or is she there because of affirmative action? It almost creates thought patterns that are not necessarily wholesome. It creates resentment, doesn't it, Heather? This is not a way to design society.
Right? I can't. I get so sick. And imagine calling black women the most educated cross-section in America, which is black women. Right? I'm Charlie Kirk. I am 99.9% certain never went to college. And again, I just don't want to say, I actually don't believe, I'm not saying people who don't go to college are smart or not smart, because I don't believe that either. I think the most education I've ever gotten, like I've given to myself. I think if you have a desire to learn, you do not necessarily need college. But I'm saying, imagine being this guy who believes he's this privileged genius who didn't even go to college and having the nerve to call black women the most educated cross-section in America moronic. I can't even fathom this. Like, this man gets like booed off college campuses. Nobody likes him. I have to share the state of Arizona with him. It's quite disturbing. Now I'll show you how this relates to Gavin Newsom and why I'm just like, I'll just say again, I like Gavin Newsom generally most of the times. Oh, Charlie Kirk won't debate anyone. Who was it? Was it like Jolly who like cornered him at the DNC? Oh my God. Yeah, Charlie Kirk's a runner for sure. Charlie Kirk debates from a religious perspective, not logic or reason. So right there, then and there, like, good luck. Like, you know what I mean? Like, bigotry is not largely accepted in debates. So yeah, if I was Charlie Kirk, I'd be running from debates too. Like, it's not going to go well. Yeah, I remember when Jolly cornered him at the DNC, he said like, life begins at conception. Well, that's not a medical term. That's a religious term. So no, conception's not a thing, weirdo. Like, so you're an idiot. So yeah, if I was Charlie Kirk, I wouldn't be running around trying to debate people either. Like, you probably need to read a few more books first. Like, Charlie Kirk might seem smart on the right, like, because none of them are. Like, it's not a compliment to be the smartest person on the right. It's like, oh, I'm the king of the idiots. Congratulations. I'm not even saying he's the smartest person on the right. I just want to be clear. I've met smarter random Republicans on this app. Like, I am not saying that. I'm just saying, like, just because for some reason people on the right, like, on the right, the truth doesn't matter. Math doesn't matter. Logic doesn't matter. Reason doesn't matter. Like, nothing the truth does not matter. Like I said, he doesn't think women should vote. I can't remember what it was during Kamala Harris's election. Like, oh yes, I remember. Do you remember the campaign where a lot of women were saying, or women were sort of saying to other women on the right, like, or, women who had husbands who were Republican, hey, no one knows who you vote for in the voting booth. You know what I mean? Like, once you're in that voting booth, you can vote for whoever you want. And Charlie Kirk was like listening to videos of this and then made ads and was like, if you don't vote with your husband, you're betraying your family and all this crazy stuff. So anyways, yeah, I have zero to zero respect for Charlie Kirk. Like, he's a joke. But, and that, which even furthers my point of why I'm annoyed with Gavin Newsom. So yesterday, wait, did I take a screenshot of this? Oh, I did. God, this is gross. I apologize in advance for what you're about to have to witness. So yesterday, just because I'm always on X, and like I follow my follow list. That's why I'm like, when I hear people like talking about like, oh, I won't let this person into my Discord because of who they follow. I'm like, if you guys saw who all I follow are right wing people, that's how I get all this content. Like, I look like a white supremacist on X because I'm just that's how I figure out what's going on. But anyway, so I saw this pop up in my feed and I was like, oh God, like, I hate when Charlie Kirk's content pops up. And then I realized, oh my God, this isn't Charlie Kirk's content. This is Gavin Newsom's. This is real life. So he posted this yesterday. Which at this point, I'm like, are you okay? Like, is there any way Gavin Newsom does not understand how awful this man is? Like, is there, like maybe he just doesn't know the history. Like, this can't be happening. Why? Like, how dumb can you be? This is probably of everything. And then Gavin Newsom's like, during COVID when he was like in that restaurant and like when he had everyone else on lockdown, like, he's done a couple of things. I've been like, what are you doing? This is like, I don't even, and like, no, like Gavin Newsom has researchers that work for him. Do you know what I mean? There's no way there was not some meeting where people are like, hey, I don't know if you should be seen with this guy. And anyways, the reason why he's posting this picture, and Charlie Kirk posted it yesterday too on his and said we had quite the chat, is Gavin Newsom. And I saw this yesterday. Make sure to tune in tomorrow. This was yesterday for the first episode of my new podcast. And I was like, am I in a nightmare? The first episode of Gavin Newsom's podcast is a lying bigot who thinks we should repeal the Civil Rights Act. Like, is that, like, in what world? And anyway, so then, and honestly, I don't care because I'm not looking into this anymore because it just upsets me. Like, but yesterday when he posted this, people were just like, what the F are you doing? Like, I don't think you should post that episode. Like, you do not know the history of this guy and the things he said. Like, are you out of your mind? Like, and I could spend an entire month showing you lies, misinformation, disinformation, propaganda, Russian propaganda, bigoted content against brown and black people, shitty things he said about the LGBTQIA, poor people, anything, not wanting women to vote, you name horrible things. Charlie Kirk not just says it, believes it. Right? He is a far right evangelical proponent of Project 2025. So anyways, so Gavin Newsom this morning, and I haven't looked since I saw the first clip because I became so effing enraged. No, it's not a debate. I think you guys are missing the point of what I'm saying here. They are not debating. Gavin Newsom's hanging out with him. I just don't think you're grasping this. If you think Gavin Newsom's debating him, it's probably because you're clinging to hope and you want to like Gavin Newsom. I'm not saying don't. I'm not saying we should cancel Gavin Newsom because of this, but he's not debating Charlie Kirk. Anyways, so I got a notification and the first clip of Gavin's podcast came out, and no, it's not a debate. It's him asking Charlie Kirk for advice, and not good advice. Like I reposted it on my ex. I was like, this is the dumbest shit I've ever seen. I like Gavin, but what the actual fuck are you doing talking to this guy? Like I'll just let you guys judge for yourself. If you think this is a conversation that anybody should be having with that guy who lies more than he tells the truth.
I think you talked about it the other day. A lot of folks were talking about that Carville article where he talked about
roll over and play dead.
Roll over.
Oh yeah, and do you guys remember this? Because I talked to you. I showed you a clip of James Carville talking about this. If you don't remember or you weren't here, James Carville was he's a Democratic political strategist, and he was talking about, and I pushed back on it. Right, James Carville was saying, and I don't like this, and I was pushing back particularly because he named Elizabeth Warren, and he was saying, I can't remember who James Carville was talking to, but he was in an interview, and he was basically saying, or the Republican was saying, well, they're playing clips of Democrats freaking out because of stuff Trump's doing, and they're laughing at them on Fox. And I pushed back immediately because it's not Democrats freaking out. They're playing clips of AOC saying factual things in congressional hearings, right? But if you're a woman and you're correct and you're just stating facts, I guess then you're hysterical, right? Like if you're, or they used Elizabeth Warren as an example, and James Carville was kind of like, oh, I don't know, everyone just needs to stop doing that and let the Trump administration implode on themselves, to which I say I push back. I think the average, there's no way to win, right? The criticism is Democrats aren't doing enough. There was someone in this live in the comments screaming, Democrats aren't doing enough. Democrats aren't doing enough, right? And so I think it goes both ways. I think the average person who's about to lose Medicaid, lose Medicare, have their Social Security cut, is worried about what's happening in their state, is losing their job, absolutely wants to hear from Democrats. So I disagree about saying people in Congress shouldn't be speaking. I think we've all been wondering for a long time what the senators in Congress were doing. I'm actually glad they are speaking. And I think no matter how women speak, because of the patriarchy, men will always say they're hysterical. I could be speaking the same. Men are the ones always screaming. It doesn't even make any sense. So I'm just giving you, when they're talking about James Carville, that's what they're talking about. Right. And so now that you've heard that, I want you to listen to this clip. A
lot of folks were talking about that Carville article where he talked about
roll over and play dead.
Roll over, but in essence, he said that. I think it was a strategic retreat, mm-hmm. right? That we need to come back. Trump's starting to implode. His numbers are getting soft. And this was even before the tariff issues, et cetera. And then come back and strike when hot. And I immediately, no BS, thought about you, who's just 24/7 flooding the zone, owning this space, every day getting a convert, every day picking up 1, 2, 10,000 folks, continuing the momentum, coming out of this damn election. And then I'm thinking about, we're going to stand back and watch you run circles around us for 6 months, the next 2 or 3 years, waiting for the moment to finally strike. Struck me as not necessarily the best advice, and it's not a knock on Carville, who I have deep respect for. What's your thoughts?
That's okay. So I don't have to. He's read about one thing in the last 40 years. It's economy stupid, and boy, he spent down that one line pretty amazingly. Yeah, I hope you guys retreat.
You kind of like the
more
advice.
For us.
You like the
there's no opposition. There's no activist spark. You guys are posting these cringe videos on social media.
What are the videos? What are the ones?
I don't know. This
cringy?
like harmonious thing of like 22 senators all saying the same thing.
You didn't like that, yeah.
I didn't like it. Go ahead. Go do more of that.
What do you do?
Please.
What do you do? Seriously, Charlie Kirk, give us some advice.
Get better ideas, Governor.
I agree. You could tell me, is this the first clip? This is the first clip. This is the teaser. This is the first episode for his new podcast. Does this make you want to watch it, or does it make you think that Gavin Newsom is lost? Because let me just say this. I don't care if you are the most moderate of moderate Democrats. Charlie Kirk is the far right fringe of Republicans. He wants the 19th Amendment repealed. He does not want women to vote. He's about oppressing and stopping brown and black people from voting. If we're trying to pull over moderates in the middle to vote with us on the left, they're not Charlie Kirk fans. I don't know what the goal is. And I'm not saying it's confusing. I don't think he's trying. I'm not saying that that Gavin Newsom is supporting Charlie Kirk. I just can't imagine in what world he thinks this is a good idea. And I would say in general, I think most people are sharing my reaction. People are just have you lost your damn mind? Yeah. They're trying to abolish the Department of Education. Charlie Kirk is talking about abolishing the Department of Education today. I mean, the things he's on full board with Russian propaganda, with us abandoning Ukraine, with veterans being fired. He does not disagree with one thing Trump is doing. He is an extremist. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't think this is time for a podcast. And I honestly didn't even want to show you guys. But I felt like I had to because I was like, what is going on? Am I crazy? And I do think it is a good idea for people to be coordinated for finally, especially senators. Did you hear Charlie Kirk? I feel like this is a psyop. Charlie Kirk being like, oh, your senators all getting together and talking. No, that's what they need to be doing. Finally, our Democratic senators have a voice in social media and are speaking, are coordinating their messaging. No, that's a good thing. I never heard them on social media before. I would never suggest that our senators, especially our senators, aren't speaking on social media. I'm glad they are. So I'm just very, very confused. And I'm just saying that is just one clip that is the teaser for his new podcast. So maybe he is going to challenge him on some things. Gavin Newsom is great at debate, but in no world should that have been the clip you released and the person on your first show. And I don't really care what you talked about with him after that. I don't care. I think you made a tragic, tragic mistake. That's the only way I could think about it. I think that is a mother effing mistake. This is a guy who supports everything Trump does, crypto grifts and all, which again, imagine Charlie Kirk is sitting there saying, oh yeah, your senators all agreeing about things. That's stupid. No, it's not. You know what our senators are agreeing about today? Trump's crypto grift. I'm glad they are. I'm glad they're all making videos explaining that Trump is trying to use our tax dollars to back up the crypto reserve so it's easier for billionaires to cash out on meme coins. That is not a bad thing. Anyways, keep tapping the screen. Again, 25% of whatever I make from Cash App and Venmo is going to go to Facts Steve from Facts Don't Matter. So he's trying to raise a few $1,000s for his son who's in substance abuse treatment. Plus, he has to put a daughter through college next year. So all money can help. I'll probably do this for this week or next week. Or I'll talk to Steve this weekend and see how the fundraising is going. And if his goal is not met, I'll probably help next weekend. But next week. I'll keep you guys posted on that. Susan, thank you so much for the $10. Love your account. I keep sharing your account with people. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And thank you so much for listening. I love seeing you every day. It's comforting. Jeremy, thank you for the $5. No, first of all, Cobra Commander is the best name on Cash App, and Newsom has lost his mind. I think temporarily. I get a new PR person. Newsom, I think sometimes Gavin Newsom, he's super rich, and I feel like sometimes the obscene amounts of money he has takes over, and he forgets what is important to normal people. I don't want to hear, while we're all being robbed, we're not going to have Medicaid, SNAP, our Social Security, our social safety nets being stolen. More veterans have been fired than ever. I don't want to see you agreeing with one of the most extreme extremists on the right. I think that was a big miscalculation. That's what we would say in the tech industry. We call them CLMs, career limiting move. Anyways, that's just my opinion, though. I'll reset the live goals, but I want to show you again. Charlie Kirk is suggesting, senators don't need to be agreeing on things and making videos on social media. Yeah, they effing do. I feel like it's working. I never liked Chris Murphy before he became a full-time content creator. Now I think he should be president. See, look how minds can change. Let's listen to him explain Trump's grift.
There was one moment in the State of the Union speech last night that a lot of people probably didn't notice, but it stood out to me.
Tariffs are about making America rich again and making America great again, and it's happening, and it will happen rather quickly. There'll be a little disturbance, but we're okay with that.
So you have to understand the billionaire mindset. These tariffs that Trump is proposing, that's going to raise the cost of everything that you buy, from groceries to household items, it's a little disturbance to the billionaires, but not to regular people who are going to see their costs go up by maybe $2,000 a year. And it's really important to understand that Donald Trump doesn't care about the destruction of Medicare or Medicaid or the Department of Education, because it doesn't impact him. These billionaires, they don't rely on Medicare. They have private healthcare and private doctors. They certainly don't rely on Medicaid, which covers 24% of families in this country, because none of them need Medicaid. They don't care about the Department of Education because all their kids go to elite private schools. They don't care about the tariffs and grocery costs going up because they're billionaires. So you need to understand that the reason that Donald Trump just seems totally ignorant of the impact of the tariffs, of the Medicaid cuts, of the closure of the Department of Education is because none of it impacts him. It just impacts you. So there was one.
Well, that's a different video. I'll show you the cryptograph one later. I just remember that's actually a different video than even the one I was talking about. But yeah, perfect point. It's a better point than the cryptograph thing. It's the best point, which is Gavin Newsom also is really rich, which I've made the point many times. I don't want anyone to think that having money precludes you from having ethics, because it doesn't. I always talk about the governor of Illinois, J.B. Pritzker. He's one of the heirs to the Hyatt fortune, but he's he's a Democrat. He supports the average person. He fights for our rights. Dan Goldman's another great example, right? He's one of the heirs to the Levi empire, but also is in Congress fighting for the average person, fighting to redistribute wealth and make things fair. So I think we need to be mindful of how much money some people have, because it can cause you to lose touch. But I don't think that means that every person who has money then loses sight of, the rest of us and what's important. But it's just an observation. I just think Gavin lost his mind there for a second, and we got to but he's taking a beating on X. People, if you think I'm the only person that's what the F are you doing? Midas touches, they are hammering him alive. The minute that came out, I was oh, I'm not the only one that's I think the second it came out, I was I'm angry. And I was oh, they're already commenting too. So Gavin's having a rough go. And don't take a picture with Charlie Kirk. Take a picture of him, you having him in a headlock. Maybe. I don't even know if I want to see that. But don't take a picture of you and Charlie Kirk hanging out. In no world does anyone want to see that. Okay, I'm trying to think of what order I want to go in because we have so many things to talk about. Oh, sorry. Will Westmoreland sent me an invite for the Back 40. But we have a meeting on Saturday. I have more. I'll have more updates about that after the meeting. We didn't meet. We were supposed to meet last week and we didn't. So, I want to talk about. Oh God, this Al Green thing is driving me crazy. So I was showing you guys the video of Al Green is the representative who I love. He was thrown out of the State of the Union, out of the joint really for nothing. Like if Al Green needed to leave the State of the Union, then Margarine should have been arrested and put in prison. Her and Boebert could have shared a cell. They would not stop screaming. Well, they did. Many people walked out. They walked out together before. I think it was Casey who said that. Yeah, I explained this. Actually, I should say I did research and then I had Jasmine Crockett explain it. Like Jasmine was explaining it. Maybe I'll replay that video real quick because I do think there's this impression by a lot of people that Al Green was sort of hung out to dry. That's not really what it was. They kind of had a plan to walk out and then Al Green didn't walk out with them, right? Like actually people walked out sooner. And they did walk. Can everyone just listen before writing things? And I went through this entire timeline yesterday. They all did walk out. Just Al Green didn't walk with them. He stayed. Like if they all had a plan. Let's all walk out together. That plan happened. They all left, and Al Green stayed there. That's what I'm trying to tell you. He just didn't leave. And then everyone's like, what's Al doing? And he was in there. It's not that like he was abandoned. It's that he like had his own plan that nobody knew about, which is actually smart because if he had told them or they knew about it, like he probably would have got them all in trouble. Like I think he just was saying like, this is my thing. Like I want to take, I knowingly, and I'll show you all the clips of this. Like we're going to go through it all, but like I knowingly did all of this like on my own. I didn't want to involve anyone else in it. And like, that's why I did this. But let me find the clip yesterday of Jasmine, like explaining the timeline and I'll play it again. Cause this is something I keep noticing. People are like, why was he alone? Like, why did anyone do anything with him? I explained this all yesterday already once that it's not that's not what happened. They all went there and were planning to walk out. They all did walk out, right? Like what happened was, what's her name? Melanie Stansbury had that sign ripped out of her hand. Like she was basically assaulted before the speech even started. And so she was like already like, I just want to leave here. Let me go to yesterday's presentation and find it. Cause I think that will, Jasmine's better. She was there. Let's just let Jasmine tell it. And then I'll play. And as long as I'm in this presentation, then I'll remind you of what happened with Al. And then I'll show you because yesterday, what I want to show you guys though, is that's what I love about when there's always one set of rules for Republicans and another one for Democrats. But if you're going to censure someone, right, then yesterday on the House floor, there was speeches and man, the Democrats ran over the Republicans. It's really not fair how much smarter the Democrats are than the Republicans. So I want to show you the speeches on the floor, defending him, and Al Green's speech yesterday. It's gives you chills. It's so good. Here, I think this is it. Yep. Hold on. I have to unmute.
Felt really dirty, first of all. Yeah. But everything started off just all wrong, right? I was sitting next to Melanie Stansbury, who was on the aisle, and Melanie literally had a sign that said, "This is not normal." And so she stood there as he walked in, and then a colleague from across the aisle decided to snatch her sign, throw it up, and ball it up and throw it on the floor. And Melanie's like, "Oh my gosh." And so, she wasn't doing anything like what Marjorie does, ever, right? Ain't no hooping, no hollering, no none of that or whatever. And so, we literally, she was like, I'm ready to go. And it was before he began speaking. And I was like, girl, I am too. But we had an agreement because we wanted to walk out in a group. But then Al Green threw everything off, and Al Green went off on his own to do something different, and we had no idea. But I think that the people want to know that we are frustrated just like them. And we are. We're very frustrated. We're limited in our numbers, but we are not limited in heart. So just know, we are here to fight. But we need you. We need you to make sure that you're paying attention at all the elections, the city elections, the county elections, the state elections, because those are the people that are going to push back against this administration. And listen, we're only 3 seats away from taking the House, and if I have my way, we'll take it before the 2-year mark. We've got 3 special elections that are coming up, 2 in Florida and 1 in New York. And I know a lot of people want to say there's no way, Rep, there's no way. Listen, there's no way if we don't try. But we know that it was a special election that brought us Doug from Alabama to the Senate, a Democrat. We know it was special elections that got us 2 Democrats out of Georgia to the Senate. Listen, when we unite, we can get it done. And listen, the facts are on our side. The things that we're fighting for, they're not just for Democrats, they're for everybody. And so if we want to protect veterans, if we want to protect farmers, if we want to protect hospitals, then it all starts with making sure that we can have real conversations about those things. It's not about Democrats or Republicans. It's not about rural versus urban. What it's about is whether or not we are going to be the united or divided states of America.
Okay, so that's that. And then I think it was Lexi, you said you wanted to see who took the sign. Oh, let me update the gift goal really quick because we made our gift goal. Thank you guys. Keep tapping the screen. We should be well over 100K. Let's get those fingers warmed up. I know most of us are definitely here for the finger workout. It's less about politics. Take your rage out on the screen. And yeah, we can figure that out because especially now that we're in this presentation, it'll be easier because I showed you guys yesterday. I can't remember his name, but I have the screenshot and the video of the sign incident. And I love Melanie Stansbury. I'm going to show you videos of her today as well. And her standing up for Al Green after because the arguments on the floor were yesterday they brought him to censure him. And then they got to defend him on the House floor yesterday. And then the vote was this morning, super early first thing. And Melanie Stansbury screaming at the hallway. I love her. She's amazing. So yeah, when I saw that sign get ripped out of her hands, I would have wanted to leave too. I know exactly how she feels. Sometimes it's just so disgusting dealing with gross bigot men and she's standing quietly. She is doing nothing. She is literally standing quietly. They have signs that are this big. Yeah, the vote was this morning. They censored him. I'll show you all of it. Don't worry. That's what we're going to be talking about. But so here it is. Of course, it's a Republican. The guilty part, Lance Gooden, Republican from Texas. So everyone needs to fax their thoughts about that, Tim. Lance Gooden, Republican from Texas. That is who rips the sign out of her hand. And I'll show you. So this is the video. It's really quick. I'll try to enlarge it as much as possible, but Trump's basically walking in this is a screenshot of it. She's on this side and she just has this little square. Her sign says, "This is not normal." And Lance is on this side of the aisle and reaches over, rips the sign out of her hand. Oh, if that happened, if it was reversed, that's my point. There's one set of rules for Republicans, right? Al Green did nothing wrong. Marjorie Taylor, they said he wouldn't sit down and he yelled something during the speech. That's exactly what Margarine and Lauren Boebert did over and over and over when Biden was speaking. Refused to sit down and yell things. Call him a liar. That's my point. Don't try to make sense of it. And that's what I'm saying. So yesterday when after they announced they were going to censure him and brought the resolution to censure him, then the Democrats got to be on the House floor. And Jim McGovern brings that up. He's like, these rules are only for one side. Are we going to hold the Republicans accountable? Nancy Mace told Jasmine Crockett, let's take it outside. She's trying to fight her during a oversight and accountability meeting, and all of a sudden the Republicans just use the rules against the Democrats. They don't follow them. But anyways, here, so watch carefully. Here, hold on, let me see if I can see this sign right here. That's the sign, and that's Melanie Sanders. So keep your eyes on her, and then that's Lance Gooden, this guy right here. It's hard. So just, it happens quickly, but you could see her face, and like, she doesn't flinch, because that's the thing being a woman, right? If you get mad, oh, you're hysterical. So I think she did a good job having like no reaction, because that's the only thing you can do at that point. There, you can't react, or, oh, look, she's crying. And she just kind of stands there, like she doesn't have a reaction, but she was really upset. I mean, he's crazy. He ripped it out of her. Yeah, he grabbed it and like threw it into the air. Right? Like, so that's what Jasmine's saying is like, yeah, she's like, I was with Melanie, and Melanie was like, wanted to leave right then. I know, she just stood there completely. I've seen longer, like, she's just like, no reaction, which is, as a woman, that's the only reaction you can have. Because if you have any reaction, they'll be like, oh, she was crying. Oh, she was hysterical. You know what hysterical is? Having a panic attack because you're so upset for Daddy Trump that someone said the words, "This is not normal," on a tiny little paper, and so you hysterically ripped it out of someone's hands. That is emotional. Like, we are in a crazy town here. I want to show you the what happened with Al Green, just to remind you guys that like that got him thrown out as well. So let me just find those clips of Al Green just to jog everyone's memory before I show you what happened yesterday in Congress, because it got crazy. Oh, I love Al Green. Okay, yeah, found it. Hopefully this stupid presentation doesn't close again. Keep tapping the screen. We should be at 100K. Tapping is clapping. Tap, tap, tap. I'm trying to get to 400 subscriptions on TikTok. You can also subscribe on Twitch or get a membership on YouTube. I know. Oh, and I have a super chat to read. Thank you, Lahua. You're amazing. Bottom line is he's into capitalism. Yeah. Are you talking about Gavin? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Gavin's a capitalist. And sometimes I think he maybe... I can't think of why, but in his mind. So this is just a reminder. This is from Heartland Signal. If you wanted to find the clip, again, it's in yesterday's outline as well, but this is when Al Green gets thrown out, right? And all he's doing is standing. And all he says, and I'll show you his reaction when he comes out and explains what he's doing. He's saying, I've heard from my constituents, Medicaid cuts will devastate them. I am physically and, in solidarity, standing up for my constituents and saying, don't cut Medicaid. Like, I wish he was my rep. My rep's some horrible, like, guy on the Freedom Caucus who doesn't care if I alive or not. Like, he's cheering. David Schweiker, you probably seen him recently, like, cheering on the Medicaid cuts on the House floor. Like, that's my rep. Like, I wish I had a rep that would stand up and say, this isn't okay. I think that's amazing.
Likewise, small business optimism saw its single largest one-month gain ever recorded, a 41-point jump.
Members are directed to uphold and maintain decorum in the House and to cease any further disruptions. That's your warning. Members are engaging in willful and continuing breach of decorum, and the chair is prepared to direct the Sergeant-at-Arms to restore order to the joint session. Mr. Green, take your seat. Take your seat, sir. Take your seat.
What he's screaming, just so you guys know, because it's hard to hear, he's saying he has no mandate to cut Medicaid. That's what he's saying. He's saying he has no mandate to cut Medicaid. I know Trump's loving it. And you could see him standing like, well, I'm looking at a different view because I'm a little bit.
Finding that members continue to engage in willful and concerted disruption of proper decorum, the chair now directs the Sergeant at Arms to restore order. Remove this gentleman from the chamber.
And this is a man with a cane, okay? If you remember, this is our savior, Al Green, who when the first time Margarine thought like she was going to impeach Mayorkas and it was going to be like her day. Thank you for subscribing, Galactic Overlord. When Margarine thought it was going to be her day and she was going to impeach Mayorkas, and she was wearing that stupid red blazer and she got her makeup done. And then Al Green came. He got an Uber from the hospital. He checked himself out of the hospital against the doctor's orders, had like cords attached to him, like, and was like trying to keep his hospital gown closed. It was like open in the back, and like showed up to vote against impeaching Mayorkas and save the day. Like this man has a long history of like, you know, civil disobedience, which is one of my favorite things. But like he's getting his cane to leave. I just want to be clear. He cannot walk without a cane. And you'll see when I show you on the House floor when they're when they're debating censuring him, and people are like, he's shaking his cane around. This man can barely stand.
Members are directed to uphold and maintain decorum in the House. Mr. President, you continue.
Yeah, so again, they're saying that he was trying to use his cane as a weapon. Did anyone see? Yeah, like, let me think. When do I last think people were using weapons in the Capitol? Oh, all of them were pardoned and they're now celebrated as heroes. So I find it very strange now that apparently that was a man with a weapon when the people who were violently attacking the Capitol have all been pardoned. Like, I just want to be clear. They're saying that he was fashioning his cane into a weapon and trying to attack people. Like, you should hear the Republicans on that. I'll show you some clips of it. They're like, I've never seen anything like that. Really? A man stand up and have a cane in his hand? And I just want to remind you, remember these two? These people, this is Margarine refusing to sit down when Joe Biden was speaking. The same rules were in place. Did we throw her out when she was being derogatory and screaming insane things during the State of the Union? Oh, yes, that's right. No, we did not. I'm just making sure I remember correctly. So she is a real embarrassment. And like she was saying that Joe Biden was lying when he was telling the truth. Do you know what I'm saying? Like all Al Green was doing was saying, hey, I'm standing up physically. This is my protest for my constituents who won't have Medicaid. Like, you know, I'm hearing for them. They want me to protest. They want me to stand up. Like, I think that he's the most amazing representative there is. If you ask your rep to protest and he's like, okay, here we go. It's not just Margarine being like, hey, I'm a weirdo yelling derogatory things for attention. Like, there's a huge difference. Like, at least he has a purpose and he has some sort of like morals. Okay, so this is him leaving now. They've kicked him out and he's walking out, and then he speaks to reporters.
So what were you shouting to the president?
The president said he had a mandate. And I was making it clear to the president that he has no mandate to cut Medicaid. I have people who are very fearful. These are poor people, and they have only Medicaid in their lives when it comes to their health care. And I want him to know that his budget calls for deep cuts in Medicaid. He needs to save Medicaid, protect it. We need to raise the cap on Social Security. There's a possibility that it's going to be hurt, and we've got to protect Medicare. These are the safety net programs that people in my congressional district depend on. And this president seems to care less about them and more about the number of people that he can remove from the various programs that have been so helpful to so many people.
So is yelling during speech the best way to get that across?
It is the best way to get it across to a person who uses his incivility against our civility. He is a person who has consistently been used incivility against civility.
So do you think it was rules in the House? Is that what you said?
Well, look, I'm willing to suffer whatever punishment is available to me. I didn't say to anyone, don't punish me. I've said I'll accept the punishment, but it's worth it to let people know that there are some of us who are going to stand up against this president's desire to cut Medicaid, Medicare, and Social Security.
So were you saying you have no mandate? Is that what you told them?
That's what he has no mandate to cut Medicaid. None.
Is the only punishment that you were kicked out, sir? Is there something?
I don't know. Whatever the punishment is, I'm not fighting the punishment. This is about the people who are being punished by virtue of losing their health care. This is the richest country in the world, and we have people who don't have good health care. We've got to do better. And now we're about to cut Medicaid, which is for poor people. Health care has become wealth care for many people, and we can't afford to let that happen.
Is that the only thing that you're protesting?
No, I have other things I'm protesting. And I'm also working on my articles of impeachment. This president is unfit. He should not hold the office. 34 felony convictions, 2 times impeached.
Sir, tell me one more time what you were shouting in the chamber.
That he has no mandate to cut Medicaid.
That's what you were saying over and
Yes.
over. Thank you, sir.
Yes. No mandate. Thank you. Thank you all.
I love this man. You tell me, did he win the State of the Union? As far as I know, this is the most effective message coming out of the State of the Union in terms of for us, for people, right? In terms of us not losing what matters to us, right? To protect the social safety net. So, yeah, he got censured, but I really don't care. I mean, that's what he's saying. And I think he's saying, I accept my punishment. He's spoken a couple other times and said things. And he said, I wanted to do this alone. It was my choice. I don't want anyone else involved. This is my protest. Whatever comes of this, I accept it. I'm not saying, that's fine. I made this conscious decision to do this, and whatever comes, so, and okay, so wait, I'm trying to think about the order. I've showed you everything on this presentation. Yeah. So now I'll show you what happened yesterday, which is oh my God, if you're from Massachusetts, the gentleman from Massachusetts, Jim McGovern, was tearing up the House floor yesterday for Al Green, because when they decide to censure someone, when they bring a resolution, there's a debate, and Jim McGovern is the ranking member of the Rules Committee, and that's the last and final say before a vote happens on the floor. So he is the one that speaks the most when these things happen, and Jim McGovern is, man, he is a treasure. You'll see. Okay, so the fight started in people were fighting all day in Congress, in front of the press, about Al Green. This is complete fake outrage. Like I said, you probably are wondering, this doesn't seem like a big deal. It seems like the Republicans always do worse. Oh, they absolutely have. right? The Republicans, this is, yeah, this is complete hypocrisy. But yeah, this is Andy Biggs. He's from Arizona. He's another loser from Arizona. He's from in the Freedom Caucus, right? He's represents the Mormon stronghold of Arizona. I'm not saying I actually don't know. I don't think he is a Mormon. I'm just saying that's how he keeps getting elected, because they won't elect anyone but a Republican. He's in a Republican stronghold, like a suburb of Phoenix. So that's why we can't get rid of him. Anyways, so first in the judiciary, like if you would have think Al Green did a J6, that's what, like, the way the Republicans were talking yesterday, Al Green attacked the Capitol. It's unbelievable. So, and then Andy Biggs like tried it in the judiciary, and Jamie Raskin was like, are you nuts?
What I saw in the House last night, kind of like what I saw on the floor of the House last night. I mean, I love the little popsicle sticks with the little construction paper signs. Those are pretty special.
So you admit that they were small and insignificant. It's pretty weird that you would have to assault a woman to rip one out of her hand. I'm not saying it was him. It was Lance Gooden. But I'm just saying, okay, so you get it. They had tiny little signs, or they had like Rashida Tlaib and like a couple others had like tiny little whiteboards. They were literally like this big. So you could erase them and then like write something else. Like, I just want to be clear. They were... Jared, stop inviting people up here. Yeah, so I just want to be clear. I'm kind of kidding, but don't. Or maybe it just said you did. I don't know if you even know you did. It just said you did. Yeah, so they had like tiny little whiteboards. So again, knowing that, he's saying there were popsicle sticks with paper taped to them. Okay, so you understand this is not a big deal. So I don't know why you guys are acting like he did a J6.
Trying to spend less money.
And yeah, save on money. I appreciate you didn't want to be extravagant. That I think I'm going to draw a response here, but that's really what we saw on display last night. Sophomoric, childish, not even sophomoric. More juvenile than that. Attempts to disrupt the joint speech. Now I'll yield back. Well, I'm waiting for the...
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman. Let me start with the digression to address my friend from Arizona. First of all, I'm delighted that we were able to show you what a nonviolent protest looks like, and I appreciate the fact that you praise people for bringing signs and popsicle sticks rather than steel pipes and Confederate battle flags and Trump flags to beat people up.
Kind of like what I saw.
Tell the people, JV. Tell the people. Like, exactly. Yeah. So you admit that what we were doing was appropriate, and what you guys excuse is violence and crime. Yeah, we got it. We got it.
It kind of gets at this whole thing that we've got here, and that is this absolute disconnect and failure to understand why the American people rejected you and your policies in such rich abundance at the last election.
And I'm taken with your suggestion that this was a demonstration of why the people rejected us in such overwhelming numbers. And I keep hearing discussion of a mandate that's quite a mandate that's less than 50% of the vote and is the lowest popular vote victory in many decades. But in any event, congratulations to Mr. Trump for winning by a bit over 2 million votes. Joe Biden beat him by more than 7 million votes. And not only did you not accept the reality of that mandate, you didn't even accept the reality of his election. So that's...
Amen. We can all leave now. Game, set, match. Like, this is why... And Andy Biggs is a lawyer too, so I am going to call him dumb, but he did pass the bar. The Arizona bar is not the California bar or anything, but he did pass the bar. Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Allie. Cleared him like off the game board completely. Like, don't speak anymore, Andy, unless you want someone to answer you. Like, imagine that. Like, so think of the hypocrisy of the fake mandate. Literally the smallest margin to win a presidential election since Nixon. Like, you don't have a mandate. You didn't have 50% of the popular vote. But again, not to just harp on it, but this is why you vote. And don't say, I don't want to vote in this election and I live in a blue state. Because now we're all here hearing this shit. This is why you vote in elections. This is the point. But again, Joe Biden won that election by millions more votes, and they still say he didn't win. So that's my point. There's one set of rules when you're in a cult, when you're in a high control group full of cognitive dissonance, right? When Trump loses, if the line of logic was sound, right? Biden won by a huge margin, much more than Trump won this election. Then Biden had a mandate, and they would have respected that mandate. But these whiny babies instead, because Trump can't lose, because he's a narcissist, a baby narcissist who's insecure and can't deal with the fact that he didn't win. Not only did he pretend he won, I mean, he literally tried to do a coup. Then the J6 thing happened, pardoned all those people, and you're trying to talk to us about a mandate? You guys barely squeaked by. You won the election through a Ross Perot. You diluted the vote with RFK. Like, you knew you couldn't win with two candidates outright, so you used it. That's what I mean by Ross Perot, right? They used a third-party candidate to dilute the votes. Purposely. RFK's campaign was funded by Republicans, if you don't understand that. And that's why he tried to withdraw from states that Trump needed at the end. So this is delusion. Don't pretend your line of logic is sound. Nothing you guys say makes any sense. You could not find your way out of a paper bag, let alone debate. And Jamie Raskin, I mean, cleaned the house. I love Jamie Raskin. That was like the best points. And now, and if anyone's wondering, I'm sure everyone knows, but I just want to say yesterday was Ash Wednesday. So you will see several people in videos with what looks to be either kind of a smudge on their head or like it was a cross and they accidentally wiped their head. So I just want to tell it, yesterday was Ash Wednesday. It's a religious thing for Catholics. So, or, you know, some Christians do it. Actually, my mother does it. So she's technically not Catholic. So I just want to let you guys know. That's why you're going to see some smudges. It looks like maybe Jim McGovern has a bruise on his head. No, yesterday was Ash Wednesday. But again, so now that was the judiciary and Raskin fighting with Andy Biggs. And now this is actually the debates about censuring Al Green yesterday, where since our ranking member of the Rules Committee, when they bring a resolution for a vote, it has to be debated on the floor. Like Jim McGovern is our highest ranking Democrat of the Rules Committee, so he controls the floor for us. He's amazing.
Mr. Speaker, there has been a lot of outrage in this chamber about an interruption last night. Republicans are furious that someone dared to speak up. Well, you know what? I agree that there was a violation of dignity and decorum of this chamber, and it came from the podium where Donald Trump was standing. Amen. He gave one of the most bitter, angry, divisive speeches ever delivered in this room. No vision, no solutions, just grievance after grievance after grievance. It was 90 minutes of pure propaganda. It made me sick. Zero ideas to fix the egg shortage, zero solutions for inflation, zero plans to lower rent, zero about prescription drugs, zero about caring for our veterans. He didn't even mention them. Zero. Mr. Speaker, there is...
Love Jim McGovern. I've said this lately. I just think I'm just noticing groups of people. And no, Jim McGovern has always been amazing at his job. But I have noticed that the representatives in the House from Massachusetts, like, I appreciate anyone in this time when Trump is literally throwing his weight around trying to silence people. And I've noticed that all of the representatives from Massachusetts seem to be getting louder. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's me too. Like, you try to tell me I can't speak, then I'm going to make you sorry. So I just appreciate all the people from Massachusetts that every time someone's like, "Oh, be quiet," they're like, "Oh, you want me to be quiet? Well, let me show you what we do in Massachusetts when someone tells me to be quiet." Like, that's what I'm saying. We need more people speaking louder and speaking the truth. And Jim McGovern wiped the floor with the Republicans. Anyone who wants to speak can speak, right? So Jim McGovern basically debated like 10 people yesterday and wiped the floor with all of them.
Republicans jump into action after someone has the guts to stand up and call BS. Less than 24 hours later, and here they are on the floor with an emergency censure to soothe Donald Trump's fragile ego. I have never seen them leap into action so fast in my life. It was overnight. Meanwhile, their own voters are getting hurt by this administration and its radio silence. They can't even be bothered to lift a finger to do a town hall. Where's the outrage over Trump wanting to cut 80,000 jobs at the Department of Veterans Affairs? Where's the condemnation for Trump firing 6,000 veterans with no justification? Where is the anger for Trump firing scientists who are working to fix the egg shortage by fighting the bird flu? And where's the immediate action when the people who keep Ebola out of the country are fired? Or the people who secure our nuclear weapons? Where is the outrage? Republicans can't lift a finger about any of those things, but they sprint to the floor to censure Al Green because he hurt Trump's feelings. It is pathetic, Mr. Speaker. Now look, we know what this is all about. Republicans don't work for America. They don't work for you. They don't work for veterans. They don't work for the teachers or the nurses or the firefighters or the factory workers or the waitresses or the farmers. They work for Trump. They work for Trump, for their billionaire donors, and for the greedy corporations who write their campaign checks. And if you ever needed proof, look no further than what's happening right now. They are dead.
Saying yesterday, don't sleep on bald people. I was like, I like bald men too, but then, Laura said I'm in love with a bald man. And I think I said that yesterday, and I was like, no, bald people in general. Like, just a bald man, I just think it shows confidence, and like, someone I can't even remember who it was. Someone was saying they were going bald or were bald yesterday. I was like, that's good. That's good. And I was talking about another representative who I will be showing you clips of wiping the floor with Republicans from Massachusetts as well. One of my favorite reps in the House. Her name's she's a black bald woman named Ayanna Pressley, hot AF, and she was just the mass holes, as someone told me they're called in the comments. Was that Jer? They're amazing. Like, I cannot. Seth Moulton too, like that former Marine or whatever. Everyone in the House from Massachusetts. I mean, I think they were always yelling loudly, but yeah, they've gotten 10 times louder lately. They're just like, oh, excuse me, someone's telling us to be quiet. Here, when someone tells us to be quiet in Massachusetts, we get more annoying and more loud. It's like the equivalent of like flipping cars and setting it on fire when like the Patriots win. I love it. I'm here for it. No, I don't care who wants to. Yeah, and honestly, it's also New England. There's a lot of New Englanders yelling. Like Becca Ballant was amazing yesterday. A lot of people are screaming. Okay, but now let's have some respect for Al. So this is what he said. He's not defending being censored. He's just like, that's fine. Like, you heard him before. This is what he said yesterday during the House floor debates about censoring him. This is his speech, or most of it.
And I did it with intentionality. The president indicated that he had a mandate. I said to the president, you do not have a mandate to cut Medicaid. I have constituents who need Medicaid. They will suffer and some will die if they don't get Medicaid. I heard the speaker when he said that I should cease. I did not, and I did not with intentionality. It was not done out of a burst of emotion. I was emotional about it, but I did it with intentionality. I think that on some questions questions of conscience, you have to be willing to suffer the consequences. And I have said I will. I will suffer whatever the consequences are, because I don't believe that in the richest country in the world, people should be without good health care. I stood up for my constituents then. I'm standing up for my constituents now. I am grateful to Mr. McGovern for what he has said. I'm grateful to those who have been standing with me. But I will tell you, I appreciate you. No anger. The officers who escorted me out, they were kind to me. I don't blame the speaker for anything. Friends, I would do it again. I have to be candid with you. I'm not trying to in some way insult you. This is a matter of principle. This is a matter of conscience. There are people suffering in this country because they don't have health care. I'll close with this. On some issues that are matters of conscience, it is better to stand alone than not stand at all. This is where I stand.
Tell the people, Al. Tell the people. I am going to listen to that every night. Like, whenever I get frustrated, I will be listening to this clip every single night. That's right. And Joanna said, if standing on business was a person, amen. Like, that's the reality. Like, 10 toes down. Like, hey, he didn't want to take anyone down with him. He's like, this is what I decided to do. And I want to say, like, if there's not a good time for civil disobedience, if you don't know what civil disobedience is, look it up, right? It's the right to peacefully protest, right? To disobey when it's, ethically and morally right to do so, right? To make a point, to inspire people to fight for what matters. Like, acts of civil disobedience is what got the Civil Rights Act passed, right? Of saying, no, like, I don't agree with this. I don't agree with segregation. Even though I'm going to have the beaten out of me, I'm going to get in line and vote. Right? I'm going to sit on this bus, on the front of the bus. Like, that is what civil disobedience is built on. Like, so that's all Al Green is saying is like, this was a conscious effort to say, like, I couldn't go to sleep at night knowing my constituents are going to lose their health care if I did not at least make a public statement saying this should not happen. That Trump does not have a mandate to enrich billionaires and take healthcare away from poor people. And the larger thing that I think what he's saying, and I think we're all missing, we are the richest nation in the world. We are the only developed nation that does not have, in the G7 without universal healthcare. We should all be able to go to the doctor, and it should not be tied to our employer. It shouldn't be like, hey, when you grow up, you shouldn't have to say to your toddler, hey, here's what you have to look forward to. You're going to choose a corrupt corporation and you're going to sell your life force to them for the right to survive. That should not be the story of how we achieve healthcare, right? If you lose your job, that should not mean that you can no longer go to the doctor. And also, let's just say in support of capitalism, like, I'm not the biggest capitalist, as we know. I support regulated capitalism, but I definitely am probably more, I love Marx. I support the rights of workers. And so I'll just say, if we are capitalists, if Republicans were true capitalists, right, and you wanted to keep your slave labor workforce healthy, like, you want us all to work 80 hours a week, some people are working 3 jobs, then you would have universal health care. You would keep your slave laborers healthy. That would be the smartest thing in capitalism. None of this makes any sense unless, of course, they were trying to, socially engineer some of us out of existence. Just a thought from an intelligent person. Why? Otherwise, nothing real. These large transfers of wealth to the top of the economy, Trump manipulating the stock market. It's I don't know. We could all just draw conclusions of why not. But yeah, like, This is true civil disobedience. Oh, I love it. And Jim McGovern just gets more and more angry. But I love Al Green for being like, I appreciate Jim for supporting me, but like, I did this consciously. Someone said, isn't intentionality a word? Absolutely. And or I assume that's what you meant. Someone, when he was saying intentionality over and over, or someone said, is that a word? Intentionality is absolutely a word. And that's what he's trying to say. He's trying to say, hey, that wasn't, there's this trope of black men, or let's say brown and black people in general. Like I'm part indigenous, part black, and there's this trope, like we're very emotional, right? Like we're not thinking people. And he's saying that did not come from emotion, right? That was intentional. I made a conscious, intelligent, intentional decision to do that. That's what he's trying to say. And because of that, I accept my punishment. I appreciate the defense, but I accept my punishment.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, the President of the United States yesterday said a lot of things. He used a personal insult against the sitting senator from my home state. And the gentleman who just spoke, he's upset that someone stood up and asked him not to cut Medicaid? Really? Yeah.
I asked him not to cut Medicaid? Really? I love him. Oh, and this is okay. So then Jamie Raskin got it on the House floor, which is always a treat. I say this all the time, but we should all know it. Jamie Raskin one day could very well be on the Supreme Court. And man, only oral arguments are about to get a lot better. Jamie Raskin is a genius and probably the most pound for pound intelligent person. He just survived he just battled cancer and never missed a day of work, by the way. Like, this man is a force to be reckoned with. If you don't, also, he's from Maryland and he is amazing. Sorry. I don't know why it is. I do read your comments every time. Yeah, I'm sorry. And I did read those. And I just want to say, knowing me, I'm taking us on a journey. So if you think I'm not going to address why it would be that 10 Democrats would vote to censure Al Green, yeah, I will address it. But can you let me just take us on a journey? We're kind of going in chronological order of how it all went down. But the vote happened this morning. Right? Very early this morning. This is yesterday when they're debating the censure on the House floor. I promise we'll get there. We're going on a journey. Yes, the journey is just enjoy the journey. Life is about the journey, but I promise to address that, right? I've thought about it. I have a slide for it. I looked up everyone's districts and how in danger they are, because that's why I think. If you want to know why I think it's important. If you're in a Trump +4 district, just for an example, and you somehow pulled that off as a Democrat, you might need to make that vote, right? So I looked up everyone's districts, the 10 Democrats, and who holds those districts, and then we can all speculate as to why together. But let's just enjoy the journey.
Last night, President Trump called a U.S. Senator from Massachusetts Pocahontas, using an ethnic slur to go after her. So I assume that you really want to proceed to censure the gentleman from Texas for talking about no mandate to cut Medicaid, then certainly we're going to have to move to censure the president for using a racial and ethnic slur against a sitting United States senator. But I would prefer to stand by the tradition of free speech and even the tradition of heckling. There's a fine American art of heckling. If you read the Lincoln Douglas debates, I recommend the Harold Holzer version of it, because the newspapers carried all of the hecklers' comments too. And people would get up and heckle, and Lincoln would interact with them, and Douglas would interact with them. Let's
The gentleman's recognized for additional 30.
Let's stop clutching our pearls. There's been lots of heckling over on that side of the aisle. I saw the gentlelady from Georgia heckle the last president and have a whole heckling section there. We didn't try to censure them or kick them out of Congress or anything. We actually not only say we believe in free speech, we believe in free speech. And we will stand up for people's right to speak. Now, I don't believe in the kind of heckling where you drown somebody out and you make it impossible for them to speak. But the gentleman was trying to start a conversation as opposed to just being spoken to all night. Thank you.
Tell the people, Jamie. I can't wait till he's on the Supreme. Well, if enough people, and I don't mean this in a harsh way, I'm just saying some people are going to have to unalive for us to get more people on the Supreme Court. Those are just the rules. I hope Jamie Raskin gets on the Supreme Court one day. We would be so lucky to have him making decisions. Oh, and now, so I just wanted to put some opposition. So Newhouse is like well, for whatever reason, he was the ranking member, like on the floor yesterday. He's gross and annoying. So I don't know why he was there. Hold on. Sorry. Puzzle piece. Give me 1 second. Okay. I did it. You just can't hear it. I changed it so you don't have to hear that annoying noise when they pop up. But yeah, so Newhouse was representing the Republicans on the House floor, and God, I don't even know. He's from Washington. He's from the 4th District in Washington. I guess it's Richland, Yakima. Well, now that I do know where Yakima is, Yakima, Richland, Kennewick, 4th District. Someone fax him something annoying because he is annoying.
Before, in my career here, I have never ever seen a member of Congress escorted from the floor of the House by the
Shauna, call him over and over, but don't just call your representatives. It's worse to fax them. And we've looked it up, and you don't have to have a fax machine. You could do it from your phone, or you can do it from the internet. There's like apps and there's like websites where you could send fax to your representatives, and they have to legally read them and waste the paper. And so I'm just offering ideas. Like when TikTok was going to be shut down, Chrissy and Joanna fax Tom Cotton. He has 6 offices in Arkansas, and we were faxing all of them. So just a thought. Don't just call, fax.
It's never happened in my career, and I don't want to see it happen again. With that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
The gentleman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Listen to that again. Can we listen? He's acting like he was attacked. What are you talking about?
Before, in my career here, I have never, ever seen a member of Congress escorted from the floor of the House by the Sergeant at Arms. It's never happened in my career, and I don't want to see it happen again. With that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Okay, great. Well, we're hauling our margarine out now. Remember that, Democrats. That's what I keep giving this advice as someone who was raised by a malignant narcissist. If you think doing the right thing and always being ethical will make them stop, we are playing with people who have no ethics, right? We're never going, we need to drag Margarine out in handcuffs from the House floor next time she won't sit down and shut up. I'm telling you, if you think you can stop people like this by just being good, you can't. You have to get dirty and sling mud. You're not even going to like who you are when it's done. But do we want to survive? Do we want democracy to survive? I'm just saying, we need to stop trying to do the right thing and fight fire with fire. I've never seen that. Yeah, because we were taking the high road last time. I am going to be on the lowest of all low roads.
The gentleman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Well, you know what's never happened in my career? A president of the United States coming before a joint session of Congress and insulting members by name individually, shouting slurs at people. I've never seen that before. I mean, maybe would the gentleman agree with me that Trump deserves a censure for calling my senator from Massachusetts a slur? Would that be appropriate?
Nope. Sorry, Jim Governor. Don't make good points. They don't actually care about logic. Don't follow a line of logic with Republicans. They're not mentally capable. And even if they are, and the ones that are corrupt. So if there are ones smart enough to follow a line of logic, they are morally bankrupt. And the ones that actually maybe still believe they have some shred of good left in them could not find their way out of a paper bag. So there's no winning. Don't make any sense. Oh, yeah, Doug LaMaffa, he always drives me nuts. He's from California's 1st District. Yeah, Redding, Chico, and Susanville. Someone fax Doug and tell him to shut it. Oh,
Did
and
he feel strongly?
Wait, can I just tell you guys, I want to be clear. They have instructed Republicans to hold no more town halls, to show up to no more town halls. They were elected through direct democracy, and Republicans, the National Republican, whatever, like basically said, do not go to town halls, do not hold them, do not show up to them, do not address your constituents anymore. That's their answer with people being faced with facts. Don't speak to the people who elected you publicly any longer. And listen, they're acting like, hey, people showing up to a town hall who pay taxes in your state or in your district, asking you thoughtful questions and actually having facts, to Republicans, that's the same as being mugged. That's what I've learned. In Republicans' mind, being faced publicly with the truth while people's phones are recording, that's the same as assault.
Did he feel strongly? Certainly. But you don't act that way. You don't wave your walking stick around at people like that. It's just not good. It's improper. It's not the way we're supposed to conduct ourselves in this place or at any public forum, city council level, what have you, and including the town halls. You know, I enjoy having town halls by and large, but if they're going to be advertised as a forum, as a free-for-all for people to come out and do screaming matches, and what should we do, just turn on the clock for 90 minutes and have at it? I would like that the interactions at our local level could be constructive and both sides hear each other and understand what's going on.
Exactly. Thank you. Who said that? Yeah. An elderly black man with a walking stick is the same as being mugged, right? He literally needs it to walk. I assure you. Like I said, he was in the hospital. They didn't know if he was going to live last year. And he pulled through and now needs to walk with a cane. And Doug Gross LaMaffa is like, oh, I can't believe I was attacked by a black man with a walking stick. What? I can't believe this happened to all of us. Nothing happened to you. You know when something happened to all of you? January 6th. That's when something actually happened to all of you and you pardoned all those people. Like, are you out of your effing mind? Yes, I'm sorry, we are. And I just again like to remind you, the only person that I know as a historical researcher that I can prove has released criminals into this country is Donald Trump. That's the only person I know for sure is purposely releasing criminals into this country. And him saying town halls, people, what should we do? Set the clock for 90 minutes and debate? Yeah, maybe. And if your constituents are mad at you, my suggestion would be stop lying to them. Don't gaslight them over and over and over. When they clearly know that you're not telling the truth, start telling the truth. Say, oh yeah, you guys elected me, so if you want me to vote to save your Medicaid, your Medicare, your Social Security, the social safety net in general, I'll do that. Maybe that's why people are enraged. I think it might be the 24-hour gaslighting. When a veteran stood up at Roger Marshall's town hall in Kansas, who's a senator, and just said, hey, I'm worried about veterans. Like, what did they say? He's like, bye, I gotta go. That's who these people are. They're horrible people.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to say the virtue signaling we're seeing from Republicans right now is insane. I'm sorry, who was it who yelled, you lie, at President Obama during his address? A Republican. Who was it that heckled President Biden, standing up and ranting like lunatics? Republicans. Go back and look at the videos. It was embarrassing. And nothing was done about that. Mr. Speaker, I just want to say.
Yeah, quite literally, nothing was done about that. I just want to think about all the things that was done to Obama. Think about it. Think about all the people that defamed him, lied about him, shat on him. Think about what was done to Biden. I can tell you, I've read every court document. I can tell you there is direct evidence linking Trump to crimes. He was indicted not by what he says conspiracy, like people who were trying to ruin his life, by grand juries of his peers who were presented with evidence that was overwhelming, as someone who read all the court files, then sat through trials, right? Another jury, not the same grand jury that indicted him, other juries were impaneled. They heard the evidence again, and they voted to convict him of crimes. I can tell you there is no paper trail. There is no evidence available. And if there is, if anyone can show me those documents linking Biden to financial crimes, love to see them. I've read every single shred of information available. I've watched every congressional hearing. I've read all of Hunter Biden's testimony. As a matter of fact, if you actually can read, which I'm sure you can't, if you're a person saying that the Biden crime family is a real thing, because I guarantee you, if there was one shred of real evidence, they'd all be in jail. If there was one shred of real evidence that could forget about Joe Biden, because nothing is linked to Joe Biden, but let's say any evidence they had on Hunter Biden, he was tried for. That's the reality. That's what they had. He evaded taxes and he bought a weapon while he was an addict. That's all they could prove. That's it. And everyone's like, oh, the laptop. If you are that dumb and you still show up on lives, and I'm only saying this because last Friday I was verbally attacked, and also my time was wasted for 2 hours by another MAGA man screaming at me hysterically, saying that Joe Biden's a criminal. No, he's not, I promise you. But if you, as I told this man, as he got madder and madder and told me that his kindergartner was a member of Mensa, this is real, the replay is on YouTube if anyone doesn't believe me. Yeah, just as someone who's was a teacher and took early childhood development classes, the logic and reason that is required to be in Mensa, you can't do at that age. So no, your kid was not in Mensa, but keep going. But anyways, I'm just saying, and I put a PDF the other day in the Discord, like the House Democratic Oversight Committee for Idiots made a PDF with links to testimony debunking every lie, every claim that was ever made about the fake Biden crime family. Just using the words Biden crime family to me means you're an idiot, right? If you knew who is really involved in Hunter dealings, there's Jim Biden, there's Hunter Biden. Those are two technically related people. Everyone else are just random people. Surprise! Like, but they don't even know that. Like, none of this is real. Hey, Joanna.
Hey, I mean, we can't really call that man a liar, can we? My grandson was born 7 days ago, and he's a member of Mensa as well. So, you know, some people are just young and smart super quick. Just to give everybody Mensa cards, since he also said that they sent him a card, which is not true because that's also not what they do. But yeah, quick commercial break. We're at 195,000. We should have been at 200K a long time ago. If these idiots didn't have me in a meeting a long time ago, I would have been came up here and cussed y'all out because what the fuck are you doing? Tap the screen. We're at 161 shares and there are 541 people in here. Everybody share it with 5 people. Even if you don't have 5 people, click the copy link button 3 times so we can get the shares up and get more people in here. Tap the screen to 250K ASAP. We're way below the taps that we should have had. I don't know what y'all have been doing. I've been seeing you yapping, but I haven't been seeing you tapping. And that makes me sad. But in happier news, a lot of y'all know that I had a little grandson last week. And here are gorgeous pictures of him. Like, he's the absolute cutest baby I've ever seen in my life. And I would say I'm biased,
He's
but
a
I'm
hybrid.
not.
This is what multiracial babies look
like.
like. If you guys are wondering why I'm so attractive, it's because we're hybrids. When you have a diverse gene pool, you end up looking unbelievably good. So I told you guys we're raising an amazing looking child. Did I lie? Not every baby is good looking. People just pretend they are. Now this baby, this is a good looking baby. When I say we're raising a little model, I mean it. Oh, we're raising a model, and we have an Amazon baby registry wish list. We're going to be raising him for a long time. Kids need things. It's in my link tree, whether you're on Twitch, YouTube, wherever. If you want to help us raise this baby, we're going to update it with things we can buy him. We're going to get updates. I know, isn't he so cute? We're raising a multiracial baby in Arkansas. This is going to be our greatest achievement ever.
He is super smart, Gumps. Thank you again for the gifts. Like Felice said, the registry is in her link tree. If you can't find it, because I know some of y'all can't find stuff in Felice's link tree sometimes, you can send me a message and I'll send you one. That's another great reason to hop on Discord, because more of these pictures will be being shared on Discord with our family.
We should make a channel.
And we should make a channel.
Cootery. Don't ask me how to do that. Ask. Yeah, I would do it if I can barely just not make the Discord crash.
But yeah, that's one more reason to join the Discord. If you need a link to that, that's also in Felice's link tree. If you can't find it there, you can send me a message and then I'll send you a link to the Discord as well. Keep up the taps. If you're tapping for no other reason than because my grandson is adorable, because he fucking is, then tap for that reason alone. Also tap for...
Does he have blue eyes? Are they gray? What's happening?
They have changed. When he was first born, they were brownish, and then they were grayish like a couple of days later. Like, they're fluctuating. I'm just waiting to see what color they're going to be eventually.
Amazing.
I love, he... absolutely amazing. And my daughter's like, put him down, he's sleeping. I'm like, no, I'm gonna hold him. You can get out, you can leave.
I love this for all of us. This is my first baby I've ever raised.
So this is Zaire Isaiah, everybody. Yes, his first name is Zaire.
His nephew's name is Isaiah too. Great, two Isaiahs. He's a star too.
And for those who don't know, the area that is now the country that is now the Congo was originally named Zaire. So yes, he has a traditionally African name because we black over here. But yep, tap the screen, tap for my grandson, tap for Al, because like he said and like Felice said, this is the richest fucking country in the world. There's no reason that I should end up telling my grandson one day, hey, I know you're smart, I know you're talented, but certain people aren't going to let you into certain positions, so you're not going to be able to actually display your talent and intelligence. You're not going to have universal health care because all the people in this country that are still backwards as hell don't want everyone to have it because it would negatively affect their bottom line if they didn't have healthcare to hold over people's heads and force them to work ungodly hours, because those are still the Christians, right? That do everything completely unchristian like. I shouldn't have to force him to work a job that he doesn't want and that he hates and is going to break his body or break his mind or his mental health because he needs healthcare because this country's full of shit. So we love Uncle Al. We stand on somebody that stands on business. And I need y'all to stand on business and tap the screen. Thank you.
And it's just thank you, Joanna. And it's just a reminder, this is why we're doing this, right? Like, he's biracial like me. This is why we're doing this. He lives in Arkansas, one of the most depressed economies, a red state being supported by California, who, when Medicaid is cut, I can't express how many people in the South, it's a health desert, right? People are already driving hours to have babies. It's a maternal health desert. So this is only going to affect our child, little Zaire. So whenever you think of what Trump's doing, his name's Zaire, right? The former name of what is now the Democratic Republic of Congo. If you don't know what's gone on in the Democratic Republic of Congo, there are some documentaries that you could watch where you, in fact, will never sleep again. One of their main tactics of G-side is mass starvation. They just, anytime someone grows any food, they just burn it. Yeah, it's one of the documentaries I will never, ever. 27. Thank you, Tild. 27% of Arkansas are on Medicaid, Arkansas kids, or health exchange. Yeah, I mean that's the reality. And this is, don't worry, we're going to take care of Zaire. But I'm just saying, like, this is just an example. And Joanna's an elected official in a town in a town in Arkansas. Like, so it's just I don't know. I'm just saying, like, put a face. But an actual baby, right? The majority of people who are going to be affected by these Medicaid cuts are, in fact, babies. Like when Al Green is screaming for his constituents, this is who we're screaming for. We're screaming for children, children's rights to have health care, children's rights to eat, children's to have SNAP, children's right to have school lunches. They are bringing, and we'll get into it later. Dan Goldman was screaming at it. If you don't know, they're now officially, right? They're trying to move a bill through the House to start disbanding, basically a directive to start Linda McMahon, creepy Linda McMahon, who has no business anywhere near children or pretending she's a protector of children, Vince McMahon's wife, to start disbanding the Department of Education, right? That's what the Department of Education does, provides federal funding to make up for these funding gaps. So like in school districts where property taxes aren't high. Okay, so let's go back to Al Green. That made me feel better. He's so cute. Thank you, Joanna, for letting us pretend he's ours. In my mind, he is. I shouldn't even say pretend. In my head, I'm part of this too. I want to make sure I get to the right place. Hold on, give me 1 second. I don't want to skip anything. I'm trying to remember what the last clip we saw was. I know it was Jim. Yeah, I think we're on. Okay. God, TikTok. Keep tapping the screen. Are we at 200? Oh, yes, we're almost. Let's get to 300K. By 3. So, yeah. Joanna, it worked. People tapped the screen. By 3:00, we should be at 300K, but really, we should probably be far past. Let's get as far past it as we can. Monday, we got to, I think it was 817,000. Let's get as close as we can to it. Okay, come on, TikTok. Don't close my presentation. There we go. Sorry, it's not me. It's TikTok sometimes. I'm just trying. Oh, man, this is going to be good. Yeah. Okay. So I remember now. We listened to someone heckled Obama. Okay. I found my place. Oh, too bad we have to, can't look at Zaire and have to go back to this. So again, we were just listening to him talking about, people heckling Obama and screaming at Biden. Oh, I need to unmute.
I am the ranking member of the damn Rules Committee, and I have a question. Why are the rules only applied to Democratic members?
That's what I was saying. There's one set of rules, and this is one of the most powerful people in the House and one of our strongest voices. He is the last and final say for us, for the left, before a bill goes to the floor. So he knows it's his job to know every rule in the House, right? And to use those rules to defend our rights. So what I say, he knows what he's talking about. He knows.
Member of the damn Rules Committee, and I have a question. Why are the rules only applied to Democratic members? Are Republicans ready to censure their own members for wearing campaign hats in the chamber last night? That's a violation of the rules. Are they ready to censure the Republican member who got caught voting from California last month, which is a violation?
You guys know what he's talking about?
You know that paper is more sophisticated now than
Byron Donalds, literally Republicans, to make it harder for Democrats to vote. They changed the rules, right? We're not in control of the House, right? The Republicans have control of the entire Congress. The rules say you have to be in Washington to vote. You have to be there. Byron Donalds is in California voting. That's a huge violation. Now, do you think if a Democrat did that, it would be a huge deal? He would be censured, or worse, they'd be before the ethics committee. But what have they done to Byron Donalds? Nothing.
Republican member who got caught voting from California last month, which is a violation of the House rules. He wasn't even in the chamber. Hell, he wasn't even on the East Coast. Are these people going to be censured? Of course not, because their outrage is all BS. I am the ranking member.
It is all BS. That's absolutely true. There's one set of rules for Republicans, but really their rule about you have to be here to vote in the chamber, that's just about trying to suppress the vote. That's what that was, right? They just want to make it so you have to physically be here. If someone gets sick, they're not voting, right? That's what it's about. Who was on Bill Maher? Jim McGovern or Byron Donalds? Byron Donalds is disgusting. Bill Maher has lost his way too. I don't know about Bill Maher. Bill Maher's got too much money and might have lost his mind.
There was a breach of dignity and decorum in this chamber last night, but it wasn't Al Green. It was the President of the United States who stood at that podium and delivered a manifesto of pure fantasy. He says he wants to make America affordable again. Well, inflation just hit a 7-month high, and his new trade war will cost families $2,000 more a year. Trump says he wants to balance the budget. His plan would add $3 trillion to the deficit to give billionaires another tax cut. Let me repeat that again. To give billionaires a tax cut. All these cutbacks, all these firings are going to fund tax cuts for billionaires. He says Social Security is paying benefits to millions of people over 100 years old. Totally wrong. Debunked 100 times. He says he cares about childhood cancer. He slashed the funding for child cancer research. He says his tariffs are good for farmers. Last time he did this, farmers lost $27 billion. He says he supports law enforcement. He pardoned the people who beat police officers on January 6th. He pardoned them. People who tried to overturn the election. People who brutally beat the men and women who protect us in this chamber every single day. Just one outrageous statement after another, and not a single peep from my Republican friends, nothing. And now, Mr. Speaker, Republicans have the nerve to come down here and censure anyone.
Don't you just love Jim McGovern? And I'm saying sleep well at night, because like every bit of fight that can be put up before a bill goes to the floor. Like last year, they stayed up all night in the Rules Committee shaming people. Like when they were trying to impeach Mayorkas, that was one of the most inspiring things I've ever seen. Like truly, Jim McGovern does his job and does it amazingly well. So and I'm only saying that because like yesterday, someone was in here being like, Democrats need to do more, like do something. This isn't enough. This isn't enough. Like first of all, I want to say, if you think you can do better, I want you to run, right? If this isn't good enough, run. But I promise you, I don't think you understand the rules of the game and the bounds within which people are playing. But I agree. Like, look, we got Jasmine Crockett not from out of nowhere. She comes from the Texas State House. If you fought against a supermajority in the Texas State House, I think, the U.S. House of Representatives is a joke from where Jasmine comes from. Like, she is a battle-hardened, like to her. And same with Jared Moskowitz. That's what I used to hear Jared Moskowitz say. He's like, I come from the Florida state legislature where there's a Republican supermajority. Like, coming to the House of Representatives here is like a joke compared to like the nightmare I came from. So I just want to say, I want anybody who's angry, if you're angry, turn that frustration into action, right? And I'm not even saying you don't have to run for Congress, run for school board, or if you don't like me, Start doing lives. You're pissed. Start doing lives and talk about it. Like, turn your anger into action. That's what I want to encourage. Bella, I do know that. And again, I'm taking us on a journey. We're going to get there. I could name all 10 reps and the districts they come from and if they're in danger or not. And there's logic to this, so we will talk about who voted to censure Al Green. And some people, it's more forgivable than others if you use your brain. But we'll get there. I'm just showing you, this is the defense of Al Green and what happened before the vote. So I just think I'm going in chronological order. But yeah, I'll show you the vote, and then I'll show you what happened after, and I'll show you I did the research on the 10 Democrats that voted that way.
And now, Mr. Speaker, Republicans have the nerve to come down here and censure anyone. Republicans moved heaven and earth to come down here and defend the honor of their boss, Donald Trump. But they won't lift a finger for their own constituents. Look in the mirror and censor yourselves. I yield back.
Gentlemen, yield.
Look in the mirror and
members are reminded
yourselves.
to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the president.
And if you don't know, like, engaging in personalities is essentially insulting who somebody technically is, right? Like, and so, and the way they're enforcing this, like, I think this, in this Congress, in the 119th Congress, it speaks to how sensitive and how deep of a narcissist Trump is. Trump is deeply insecure. Right? I've never seen these rules enforced in this way. And I mean, people are just stating facts. Like, and let me just give you an example. So you can't use adjectives. Engaging in personalities is describing someone in a derogatory way. So, like, I saw them almost kick Maxwell Frost out of a congressional hearing. I showed you the clip because he was saying Donald Trump is a grifter. Right. So he's using an adjective to describe Donald Trump, which isn't allowed. Right. And that he changes to Donald Trump has grifted people. Right. Which is allowed because you're not calling him that, saying this is a fact about something that has happened in the past. Like, that's how serious they are. Trump has instructed the Republicans to punish anyone that says anything about him. But no, they can't stop the Democrats from just saying, these are the facts. Here's what this guy has technically done in the past. But if you use adjectives to describe Trump in a way that is actually factual, they will punish you. So you have to be like, here's an article about Trump grifting. I would like to enter it into the record. That's how you have to do it. Because if you just say something that they consider mean, they will punish you. It's crazy to watch. Oh, and speaking of decorum, here's Newhouse again. It's defending Trump and crying because they say, I guess the truth is too mean for an insecure narcissist.
You, Mr. Speaker, that this is truly a wake-up call for this chamber. The lack of decorum has reached a new low when the President of the United States cannot even come into our chamber invited and complete his speech without the interaction that we saw last night. We, you, Mr. Speaker.
There was no interaction. Oh, my God. I blame, who I'm mad at? The people that more people weren't like, hey, I want to defend my constituents who have ordered me to speak. And this was his post, which I like. I thought this picture was really good of Al Green. This is like a picture that was taken like from behind, which I like. So, and this is what Al Green said last night. Last night, I stood up for those who need Medicaid, Medicare, and Social Security. Democrats will never abandon the fight to make sure every American has a safe, healthy, financially secure life. Hashtag I said what I said, which I've been using that hashtag. Like, amen, Al Green. Hashtag he said what he said. Like, I love Al Green. He's a star in my mind. And I wish he was my rep. But anyway, so now we're on to this morning when the vote happened. So all of this went on all last night. Then the vote happened early this morning, right? And they voted to censure him, obviously. And I can't, is it 223 to 197? I don't remember the exact, but 10 essentially, because some people voted present, like not everyone necessarily voted yes too. And then some people weren't there because you have to be physically there to vote. So like the numbers don't, if you count up, if you know how many people are in Congress, the numbers don't necessarily make sense, but they voted to censure him. So I'm just going to show you this like 1 minute and 30 seconds of it so you can kind of see what it looks like. Keep tapping the screen. We should be at 300K. We can do it.
On this vote, the yeas are 224. The nays are 198, with 2 answering present. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The House will come to order. The House will come to order. Shh.
Shut up.
Will Representative Green present himself to the well?
Maybe we should stone him.
By its adoption of House Resolution 189, the House has resolved that Representative Al Green be censured, that Representative Al Green forthwith present himself in the well of the House of Representatives for the pronouncement of censure, and that Representative Al Green be censured with public reading of this resolution by the Speaker.
Maybe they should all yell shame while he reads it. Like, this is so ridiculous. This is The Handmaid's Tale. Singing. So if you don't understand what's happening, I forgot to tell you this part, and I'll show you a longer video of it. So like, this is the process. You have to do your weird walk of shame while they censure you after the vote. And the Democrats are down there. These are all the Democrats joining hands and singing "We Shall Overcome." So that's what's going on. They're singing like a slave spiritual. Well, Al Green is like being publicly shamed, which I think is pretty cool. And also what's pretty cool is how much it annoyed MAGA. Like, if you read what MAGA says about this, they're like, they wouldn't stop singing. Like, they've learned nothing. How rude. Like, are you joking me? You are talking, your people are Margarine Taylor Greene. Like, the gross person who chases around children who are victims of mass tragedies in schools and films herself harassing and threatening them. Like, that's who's on your side. Like, don't mistake the solidarity of supporting someone who engaged in civil disobedience for like the weirdos on your side. They're furious about the singing.
The House had come to order. The House had come to order.
Here, I'll show you a longer video so Democrats stand with Al Green after a vote to censure him passes. Mike Johnson bangs the gavel as they start to sing. Like, I think that's a good, representation of what happened.
That Representative Al Green forthwith present himself in the well of the House of Representatives for the pronouncement of censure, and that Representative Al Green be censured with public reading of this resolution by the Speaker. The House had come to order. The House had come to order. What's it?
You want to let him keep doing this, or totally fair?
The House had come to order. Clear the well, please. Clear the well.
They're singing "We Shall Be Free," like the song "We Shall Overcome."
The House has to continue its business.
they're debating like what they can do about it. Like the Republicans are mad, but it's like, okay, now what are you going to do? You're going to go punch everyone in the face who's singing? That would be also bad.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the House will stand in recess subject to the call of the chair.
Anyways, so that is what happened to Al Green. Now, like everyone keeps being like, why would Democrats vote for this? I mean, there could be a variety of different reasons, right? Like truly, I could give you like 20 reasons, but I would just say it takes a lot to like if you're in a swing district, it takes a lot to hold that district, right? If the majority of the people voting for you are not Democrats, what do you have to do, right, to hold your district? What you can do when you're in a blue district that you know who your voters are is different than what you can do in a swing district. So I made the so here, this is the 10 people that voted to censure. And again, it's not telling, but I just was looking up like what their district looked like. So California 6, Amy Barra, and I don't know if it's Ami or Amy, because I know people name it that is spelled that way and they pronounce it Ami, but I'm not sure. I don't know why she did this. I don't know Hawaii 1st District. I'm not sure why he voted for it. Jim Costa, Harris +4. That's not that much. So, what I'm trying to say is like Lauren Gillian, Harris +1. I guarantee you she's in danger of losing she's trying to hold her district, right? Like, that's why. Jim Himes, I don't know why Jim Himes did it. I couldn't say, but he's in a safe district. Chrissy Houlihan, Pennsylvania 6, Harris +11. I don't know why. Marcy Kaptur, Trump +7. She's trying to hang on to her district. If she's in a Trump +7 district, so she's trying to maintain decorum and say hey, I'm just, she wants to show a voting record that is not impartial, I'm sure. Jared Moskowitz too. I know Florida. I know the district he's in. It is a swing district. It's a constant battle. So my guess is that's why. It's for his voting record. But again, if you want to be mad at Jared Moskowitz for this, can I give you something better to be mad at him for? How about his stock portfolio? That's if you want to be mad at what pisses me off more about, I love Jared Moskowitz, in the Judiciary Committee and on the Doge Committee. I think he's very valuable. He's extremely smart. But how about if we're going to be mad at Jared Moskowitz, I think we should be mad at his positions in Meta stock and then voting for the TikTok ban, right? I think there's many more reasons to hate Jared Moskowitz than just this vote, because he is in a very hardly contested district. So if you're in any, even plus, you're in a tough district, I don't hold you Trump +3. Tom Suozzi, remember Tom Suozzi? I like Tom Suozzi. I don't blame him for this. He's in a Trump +4 district. This is George Santos's old district. This is a very rich area of Long Island that he's trying to hold. I think it's very hard. If even Harris +2, these are highly contested districts that people are trying to hold on to. So it's not my job to tell people how to hold on to their district. I don't even, sometimes I have problems with Marcy Kaptur, but I she's trying to hold on to a district that is, Ohio 9 is almost impossible. I don't even know how she's elected. So yeah, if we're going to be pissed at people, I'd be more pissed at Harris +23, Harris +25, Harris +14. What are those people doing? But and let's fax them and ask them. That would be my if you're in a contested swing district in a place like Florida, this is less. If you're gonna fax Jared Moskowitz about something, fax him about his stock portfolio. That's what I would say. Yeah, no, so nothing is happening. In case anyone thinks Al Green's going to jail or something. Yeah, no, that was it. It's over now. You witnessed it. Nothing's happened. It's not something horrible is happening to him, right? And that's the point. And that's what he's saying is I don't blame anyone for how they vote. Oopsies, sorry. I don't blame anyone for how they vote. this was a conscious decision of mine. I made it, like, and however people need to vote to like hold their district or whatever, I don't hold them responsible for. But I also get it. Like, most of the time the Democrats vote together and we've had complete solidarity. So yeah, this is tough, but I also just think when you're in those Harris +1s or Trump +7, like, I mean, it's hard. Yeah, no, censoring, yeah, that's a good way to say it, Sue. To slap shame. It is. It's like shame. It's like that scene from Game of Thrones where they have like the bell and they're like walking and they're like shame, shame. Like that. Yeah, that's what it's like, a public like 2-day process of shaming. I mean, we should like throw tomatoes at them or something. Like, that's pretty much what it is. You've just witnessed all of it. That's why I was like, let me just show you what it is. It's like a public scolding. It's almost worse. That's what they're voting. They're voting to censure him or not. Right. And then like, once you bring a resolution to censure, you're saying, we're going to have this vote. And then there's a debate, and I showed you the debate on the House floor, right? Of the debate of whether he should or shouldn't be censured. After that debate, there's a vote. Well, no, they didn't let him slide. I just want to remind everyone, the reason that Boebert and Margarine, nothing happened to them. I'm not saying the Democrats would have done anything, but we didn't have the House. Right? We can't do anything to them. The 118th Congress, the House was ran by Republicans. When they were yelling and screaming during the State of the Union, the Republicans had the House. So the Republicans would have to, they had the majority. We brought resolutions to censure them. We brought resolutions to censure Margarine more than once last year. We tried. Just the vote didn't go our way, or we didn't even get it to the floor for a vote because the Rules Committee has the majority. Like, you have to get it through the Rules Committee and they have the majority, right? No, so we tried. Remember when they censured Ilhan Omar? That was one of the more egregious things, just based on bigotry. And in retaliation, we tried to censure Margarine. It's not that we've never tried. She deserves it. She's out of her mind. She deserves to be censured. So I don't want you to think we've never tried. It's just we have to have the majority. We have to have the votes. We have to get it to the floor, and then people have to vote for it. Right, Margarine has, and I think going forward, if and when the Democrats ever have the majority again, then we absolutely should be censuring the out of Republicans, because they are out of their minds and inappropriate. Like Nancy Mason, all this bathroom stuff, them harassing, our one trans woman congressman, like all of these things. I think there should be a lot of censuring in the future. Like, we learned it from them. Let's do it. I want to talk really quick. I want to show you guys the congressional hearing about, they subpoenaed yesterday all of the sanctuary city mayors to try to shame them. It didn't go great for them, as it never does in congressional hearings. But I want to first show you some things, because now it's even worse. I want to show you something from Rachel Maddow, which is important, as I think once a day I have to show you what Rachel Maddow is up to, because this is going to piss you off, right? Because before I show you this hearing on when they subpoenaed the sanctuary city mayors to accuse them of harboring and not assisting with mass deportation, that's basically what it was. I want to show you last night, Rachel Maddow. I don't know if anyone caught her show, but oh my God, Rachel Maddow is on fire. I'm going to miss, after this 100 days is over and she goes back to 1 day a week, I feel like there's going to be a hole in my life. It's like she's making sense of things for all of us. 5 days a week, things are so much better when she's working 5 days a week. We can't afford her 5 days a week. I think that's what's going on. We can't afford her, but I wish she would. So anyways, before I show you them trying to shame these blue city senators, Jasmine was amazing. So many people were so good in that hearing yesterday. It was a pleasure to watch. But I want to show you Rachel basically being like, oh, we're talking about immigration and waste, fraud, and abuse. Let me point out some waste, fraud, and abuse. Oh my God, this is gonna sicken you guys. This is the point. I love how her brain works. I love how she sees patterns. They're trying to accuse sanctuary cities of not doing their jobs. This is waste, fraud, and abuse. You're about to literally be taken on a journey of waste, fraud, and abuse.
Oh, happy to have you here. All right. Have you ever been at the beach and seen a Coast Guard helicopter doing Coast Guard helicopter things, like on the at the beach or at the seaside? My dad, God bless him, he's like a savant when it comes to identifying planes and helicopters. In every other way, my dad.
This sounds weird, but I promise you it's extremely relevant.
Dad seems like a normal man, but you'll be talking to him and there's some tiny fly speck on the horizon that you can't even hear and you can barely see. And he'll whip around and say, ooh, a DC-7. I think that was built in 1978. or he'll be like, oh, I didn't realize that Citabria was still flying out of that airfield. I haven't seen that there in a few years. Like, Dad, how do you know this stuff? I've always been very impressed with my dad that he could do that, and a little embarrassed that I can't. But when it comes to Coast Guard helicopters specifically, at least those I can usually say, hey, that's one from the Coast Guard. And it's because they're usually painted in very bright, distinctive, like orange and white. But also, unless you're around a bunch of other military aircraft for some reason, they are usually bigger and way more serious looking than anything else that might be flying around, like than any, news helicopter or tourist sightseeing helicopter, anything like that. They're really recognizable. The most recognizable helicopter that you see for things like Coast Guard search and rescue and Coast Guard law enforcement missions is this one you see here, the CH-65 Dolphin. And that one, once I point this out, every time you see one, you'll know exactly what it is. Because it's not only got the normal helicopter rotor on top, it's also got this distinctive vertical tail rotor as well, that circular tail rotor. It's unmistakable. It's a really big aircraft, and ones like this, they really stand out. But did you know, if you need to, you can stuff one of those huge orange Coast Guard helicopters inside another aircraft. You can take that helicopter and put it inside another aircraft. It's like a turducken. Look, this is one of those big Coast Guard search and rescue helicopters being put inside another aircraft, being put inside a Coast Guard C-130. Just to give you some idea of how big a Coast Guard C-130 is. That's how huge that plane is. You could put a whole helicopter inside it. One of the big ones. C-130s can carry whole helicopters. C-130s are so big, they can carry 6-wheeled armored U.S. military vehicles. C-130s can carry more than 21 tons of cargo and airdrop it wherever you need, anywhere in the world. C-130s are just massive. For U.S. military transport, they have no trouble hauling more than 90 fully equipped U.S. troops plus all their gear anywhere in the world. They're just massive. They're like airplane hangars that are also airplanes. Last week, the Trump administration sent the U.S. Secretary of Defense and a Fox News host and a Fox News Channel camera crew all the way to Guantanamo Bay in Cuba to be there for the arrival of a C-130. To be there for the arrival of one of these C-130 military aircraft, one of these huge cargo planes landing at Guantanamo with very important cargo on board. They landed one of these huge military aircraft there, this one that can hold more than 20 tons of gear. It can carry multiple armored vehicles. It can carry whole helicopters in its belly. They landed one of these huge planes there, and out popped 9 guys. A total of 9 people that they flew to Guantanamo on an active duty U.S. military aircraft with massive cargo capacity. presumably because they wanted it to look like a big operation. After all, they had the 7 p.m. host from the Fox News channel there and the defense secretary there in person. So this thing had to look big. But I kid you not, there were only 9 guys inside that whole huge plane. When you use a plane like that to fly 9 people into a Fox News photo op, you know what that is? That's a really expensive photo op. And if you think that C-130 was a little big for that job, consider that the Trump administration, in its infinite wisdom, in its relentless search for efficiency, they not only have been using C-130s for flights like this, they have also been using C-17s, which are an order of magnitude bigger.
Like a cruise ship in the air.
In a C-17, you can't just fit one helicopter inside. You can fit whole fleets of helicopters inside them. You can roll 8 Humvees into a C-17 all at once. You can put a 70-ton M1 Abrams tank in there and drop it anywhere you want. C-17s are just unimaginably enormous. And the Trump administration, again, I kid you not, has also been using C-17s, according to the Wall Street Journal, approximately 30 times to fly random little groups of immigrants to different places. For a flight, say, to India, they charged the taxpayers $3 million for a single flight on one of these military aircraft, just so they could do it using one of these huge planes. Cost for using one of these big military planes at minimum is like over $28,000 an hour.
We're going to get an explanation. And just to be clear, the Wall Street Journal is reporting this, many other publications, but that's owned by Rupert Murdoch, who also owns Fox News. This is waste, fraud, and abuse.
But that's what they're doing. That's what they're using it for. Why are they doing this? Why are they wasting all of this money and all of these military resources, active duty military resources? Quote, the administration has opted for military planes for these flights, quote, for reasons of optics, said one U.S. defense official. Optics. Got to get the photo op right. Tell me more about all the waste, fraud, and abuse you're targeting by firing the people who contain Ebola outbreaks, while you're using C-17s and C-130s to fly. You used a C-130.
Let the Ebola spread. Fire the cancer researchers, even though we make $2.46 for every tax dollar we spend on medical research. That's actually, we make money off medical research. But fire all those people. Let's do this shit. And also, just in case you guys don't know, they're spending hundreds of millions of dollars on ads about this shit.
To fly 9 guys to a Fox News photo op. You could have fit those guys in 2 Nissan Sentras with a seat left over. But no, they spent on that one flight nearly $250,000 taxpayer dollars for that one trip. So it would look very militaristic and cool and tough on the Fox News 7 p.m. show with Laura Ingraham. Hey, that's your money that they spent on that. The Wall Street Journal was first to report today that the Trump administration is finally now, quote, suspending costly deportation flights using U.S. military aircraft. Quote, the Trump administration has conducted roughly 30 migrant flights using C-17 aircraft and about a dozen on C-130s, according to flight tracking data. The military flights have taken longer routes and transported fewer migrants at higher cost to taxpayers than the government's typical deportation flights on civilian aircraft.
Was it? I think it was Jess 93 said, why am I not screaming? Oh, I scream all the time. Why do you think I spend 10 hours? Like, my entire life is spent watching content, like screen recording it so then I can show it to you guys. That's how because I'm so very clear on how effed up all this stuff is. And I'm passionate about making sure other people know how effed up this stuff is. Yeah, I'm very passionate about this. And when she's saying they're spending money on, like, longer flights. So even though, I mean, forget I think it's like 100 times more expensive or something for these military planes. I mean, depending on which ones like we're using than the average plane, right? And I did a cost breakdown. I have it. So I have it in an old outline of like what it costs on a normal ICE flight per person versus on the C-130 versus the bigger planes. I broke that all down. But the reason when she's saying they're taking longer routes is because Mexico won't allow the US to use their airspace to fly military planes, right? And several other countries won't as well. So we're basically flying like around the Pacific Ocean to drop people off. Think of the fuel in these planes, because other countries are like, don't bring your military planes into our airspace. Just use your normal ICE planes. And Trump's like, no, I want to do a big show. So if you're ever wondering who's wasting our money, right? This is who's wasting our money. It's Trump. This is the swamp right here. Trump is a liar. Trump spends hundreds of millions of dollars on ads to spread these lies and pretend he's doing something. If you think it's not over, just listen.
Alongside that, reporting from the Wall Street Journal today, NBC News is now reporting that the whole sending people to Guantanamo thing is off as well. Quote, President Donald Trump's plan to use the U.S. naval base at Guantanamo Bay, Cuba to detain 30,000 immigrants has been hitting major legal, logistical, and financial hurdles ever since he surprised many in his own administration by announcing it. Now, as agencies spar over responsibility for operations there and over blame for what has gone wrong, there is a growing recognition within the administration that this was a political decision that is, quote, just not working. The Pentagon is also discussing bringing home some of the more than 1,000 U.S. troops who were surged to Guantanamo in the first days after Trump's announcement. You might remember that Trump announced that they were going to fill up Guantanamo with 30,000 bad guys. Remember, he said it was going to be the worst of the worst? The largest number of people they sent was 178, all of whom were quickly shipped out to somewhere else. More than a quarter of the people they had there at the time when they had the highest.
Did I not once tell you guys about how big Guantanamo Bay was? And I was like, 30,000 people. Oh, I guess we're going to have people sleeping on beaches and sleeping bags. None of this makes any sense. Logistically, do you understand how small Guantanamo Bay is? Like, this makes no sense. I said that very clearly when everyone's like, they're going to stuff all these people in Guantanamo. I'm like, yeah, I don't even think you could physically fit that many people there if you tried your hardest.
Numbers there, more than a quarter of the people they had sent there had zero criminal record and zero criminal charges pending.
Zero? Let's rewind it. Let's let her. I feel like I over talked. Let me not bury the lead.
In the first days after Trump's announcement. You might have remembered that Trump announced that they were going to fill up Guantanamo with 30,000 bad guys. Remember, he said it was going to be the worst of the worst? The largest number of people they sent was 178, all of whom were quickly shipped out to somewhere else. More than a quarter of the people they had there at the time when they had the highest numbers there, more than a quarter of the people they had sent there had zero criminal record and zero criminal charges pending against them. The worst of the worst. Got to put them there with Al Qaeda. And we're going to have 30,000 of them. And we're going to drop them off on 5 motorcycles. Really? But apparently that's done now. You know, it was never clearly legal for them to be using U.S. military resources for these flights or for what they were having the military try to do with these folks at Guantanamo. But they nevertheless announced it. They made a bunch of social media videos out of it and Fox News hits. And now they can't get away with it for any longer. And so now they're just quietly no longer doing it and not saying anything about it.
Love when she's like, look, She does it at the end of every segment, like, I hate it here. This is my life now. Yeah. No, but they spent hundreds of millions. I just want to explain to you. Trump isn't a real president, right? Trump is not Trump doesn't hire real qualified people to do their jobs. Trump hires people to play characters, right? He hires actors that to him look good on TV. He hires washed up reality stars to run the Department of Transportation. Remember when they said Pete Buttigieg wasn't qualified? No, not one mother effing person Trump has hired is qualified for their job. And I used the one person who was Marco Rubio, but after watching him sink into the couch when that BS was going on, yeah, he's not qualified. He has no spine. He's folded like a lawn chair. Yeah, it's central casting. Thank you, Toodle. He's casting roles. He's like, he'd look great on TV. And what he is spending money on is hundreds of millions of dollars of ads pretending he is doing something. But the swamp's being drained. You guys are idiots, MAGA. I'm sorry. There's no other word. I'm just in the nicest, most respectful way possible. You guys are idiots. There's no, I don't know. And I'm the nicest person you guys have got. And he's not by a smart person. Like, it's not like, you know what I mean? We could all get taken by a smart person. Like, there's no excuse to be gotten this way. That's all I'm saying. You should be ashamed of yourselves. And people are screaming to the hilltops, oh, that's not what's going on. You guys are confused. You guys are like, you're idiots. Oh, I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot because I can do math and I can read. And they're like, oh, she's just a woman. She doesn't know what she's talking about. Okay, that's what it is. Every single thing I've ever said was going to happen has happened. Just saying. One of us has been 100% right about everything. And then there's MAGA, who's like, I don't listen when women speak. I'm right. No, you're not. You guys have not been right about anything. And someone, I'm sorry I didn't see who wrote it in the comments. Someone said, the people that need to see this will never see it. Oh, I could not agree more. Right? Because, sorry, when women are speaking, nobody's listening. You'd be so lucky to listen to Rachel Maddow speak. I've seen her speak in person. She's one of the smartest people on this earth currently. Do I do debates? Oh, what? I started doing debates on TikTok, Sarah. I'm sorry if you've never seen me run over men on this app. I literally retired from it because it's so boring for me. But I do debate sometimes when I'm bored with Pickles. Yeah, men get very, very angry at me. They scream at me and they start crying. They threaten me. It's very, very scary. But yeah, like mostly the reason I started this show is just like, yeah, that's for like charity. Me debating people is for charity. Like I'm too smart to waste time talking to idiots. Like, if by nature of you showing up on TikTok and saying that you support Trump, that is an admission that you're an idiot. Period. Like, I've already won the debate by nature of you taking that position. You've lost by showing up. Like, who was it? I can't remember. Like, someone in one of the clips we're watching today said the facts are on our side. Like, if the minute the data changes and shows me that I should be supporting conservatives, I'll switch. All I'm doing is I use math, I use statistical analysis, and impact studies. That's how I know racism. That's how I know systemic racism exists, is math. Like, I just am somebody who uses numbers and then makes decisions. It's like, that's how I know I'm right. Because the minute the data tells me a different story, I would change my position. So I know I'm right. I don't have to. You should see, it's a waste of time speaking to men on this app, but I do it. I did it like twice last week. I usually, if you're not in the Discord, join the Discord. And then when I am going to debate, I put it in there. The last 2 Fridays I've done it. It depends on how exhausted I am by the end of the week. Last week I was live with Pickles till like midnight or something. Like, it was pretty fun. So yeah, I do it about twice a week, but it just depends on my level, like my patience level, because talking, I think I was live with Pickles shortly for a little bit on this Tuesday I was. So yeah, I tried to do it, but man, is it boring. Hey, weirdest girl ever. I met you on Friday. You're the best. Nice to see you here. Bethany, thank you for the $5. You inspire me to call my MAGA reps every time I watch you. Today I said, get a spine, hashtag Felice Maddow 2.0. That's so true. Do grow a spine. So many people in this country seem to need to grow a spine. David, thank you for the $20 for me. Thank you very much. I appreciate it so much. You're the best, David. But I wanted to show you this because, like, this is the waste, fraud, and abuse. While Trump is pretending he's deporting people, he's not. He's not. And he's telling, oh, we're getting the criminals out. And then they subpoenaed, because all Trump is doing is putting on a show, right? He's not running a real government correctly. He's putting on a show of someone running a government. He casted a bunch of people in roles to pretend they're running a government. That's all Trump is doing. And then he subpoenaed all these sanctuary city mayors to confront them about what they're doing in their cities. It's embarrassing. If you want to find waste, fraud, and abuse, always follow the money. The swamp is not draining. The swamp is getting bigger. That's how you know. I've been actually, and while we're talking about following the money, before I show you that congressional hearing, I'll just show you, I've been talking about this a lot, like, well, I'm trying to think of what order I want to go in. Trump is now, well, I'll just do this first. Trump is deporting now this is what happens, right? Trump's daddy, Vladimir, told him to what day was it? It was either Monday. I think it was Monday, right? I was showing you guys Rachel, or no. Yeah, it was Monday because I was showing you Rachel's Friday, like first 10 minutes of her running over Trump, basically saying like, here's all the things Trump has done for Vladimir Putin, right? He's stopped. We're no longer enforcing foreign agents on U.S. soil. If you're like, what's a foreign agent on U.S. soil? That's spies. Spies in our country. We're not prosecuting them anymore, right? We've stopped Operation Klepto Capture, like trying to go after seizing Russian assets. We've stopped cyber operations. We've stopped trying to counter Russia's influence in our cyber war. I mean, Trump has handed our country to Putin. And today, this is the new thing. Trump's daddy wants him to get rid of all the Ukrainians in the country. That's where we're at now. When what Vladdy daddy says, Trump listens. This is where we're at, people. Now we're just not even brown and black people anymore. Watch out, Europeans. You can get out too because Trump's daddy told him to. The guy who has, this is why I talk about this in debates all the time. Multiple KGB agents have defected to the United States, and part of their proffer to stay here and not be unalived was to give up all the information they had. And they all tell the same story. Look up Yuri Shvets, right? There's books written about him. He's one of the highest ranking KGB agents to ever defect. And what he said was, Donald Trump has been cultivated as an asset by Russia since the early 80s. He is compromised. Now, you tell me, because before Trump was elected this time, I've been telling the same story. I've been pointing out all of the Russian propaganda. And people in America have no clue. All of the storylines about FEMA, that's Russian propaganda. Trump didn't come up with that shit on his own about FEMA and how it's incompetent. That's actually from Russia. Just there's no difference anymore. You can trace it back to Russia. Intelligent people who trace Russian propaganda have. There's no difference anymore between Republicans and Russia. Same storylines. They get their talking points straight from the Kremlin. Now we are rejecting I guess now Ukrainians are enemies of the state. We have switched sides. Well, not us, not sane people, our government, Donald Trump, the swamp has switched sides. Now, if I was thinking about this when I was making this video, you want to know what waste, fraud, and abuse is? We invested all of this money into fighting for Ukraine, and now we're going to switch sides. That's idiotic. That's waste, fraud, and abuse. That's, I don't know, someone's compromised and is being leveraged by the other side. That is idiotic. Tell me how that makes sense to spend 60 billion or how much ever we have total and then switch sides. Idiocy. True idiocy. Donald Trump is compromised, period. You can believe it or not, but every single thing I've said has turned out to be correct, right? These are people, I just want to be clear about the people we're revoking temporary legal status, right? These are people who had to apply, pay thousands of dollars. They had to have legal affidavits from people in America vouching for them to come here. They had background checks. They have to be 100% financially independent. These aren't people we're giving money like who claimed asylum. They are financially independent. They pay taxes here. There is absolutely no, they're not a drain on our system. There's no way to pretend that these people shouldn't be here. They are doing us a favor by fueling our economy. Yeah, that's what he's doing. He's revoking temporary legal status for Haitians, I think Nicaraguans. But those are brown people, so brown and black people, so that's expected. I'm just saying, even the Europeans, I think even the white nationalists are probably shocked by this. Like, I just find it funny. Like, even you two white people, you can go to. Like, it's Brenda, thank you so much for the $50. You're the best. No, you're the best, Brenda. I can probably pay my rent. You're the best. Yeah, no, and this is the reality we're in, and I invite anyone to look into this. This is a process, but yeah, like, I just think it's, FOD, thank you so much for the super chat. It said, all the MAGA care about is the less people work in the government, period. Yeah, so dense. I called them idiots for over an hour this morning for it. Dunning-Kruger. Oh yeah, that's actually another good point, right? When I say like Trump is playing a character, right? Nobody is qualified. He has people. The guy running the Navy has never been in the goddamn military in his life. The man running the IRS isn't even an accountant. Hasn't even worked at H&R Block. Like, he just has people playing roles, right? Central casting. Toodle, you nailed it. This is central. He has people playing characters. And then he just fools. Not us. Like, you have to be an idiot. No offense, Mecca, but you have to, I'm sorry to tell you this, but you have to be a very low intelligence to be fooled by this. So, or you're corrupt, right? Or you're a billionaire who's profiting off of it, right? This is a money grab. There are huge transfers of wealth happening. And that's exactly what FOD said is so right. All of MAGA care about is less people in the government. Well, that's what Trump made them think. But think about it. If you were a thinking person and Trump's like, okay, I'm firing everyone in the federal government. Okay, that's 1/2, or it's 8% of the federal budget. So that's nothing. That's not going to save us any money. And then you would say, okay, so you're going to fire, we're saving 8%. Okay. But all he's doing, you have to understand, we're not saving any money. We're not even balancing the budget. Right? He's giving tax cuts to billionaires and corporations that still cost more. He's still spending much more. The math's not mathing. Like, if you were MAGA, you're sitting on the internet being like, buy federal workers. Okay, idiot, you're saving no money. And definitely not you directly. You're getting nothing. The tax cuts are mainly going to the 1%. You're getting absolutely nothing out of this. Just like when they're like, yeah, we're taking Greenland. I'm sorry. Do you own a corporation who's going to mine the minerals underneath the ice caps when they melt? Oh, you don't? Then you're getting nothing, but your tax dollars are paying for a military incursion. Now, if he said, hey, we're invading Greenland and everyone's getting universal health care, that would be a different story. Still completely unethical and stupid, but that would be different. I'd say, oh, we're all getting something. We get nothing. We just spend our tax dollars and Trump wastes them. That's what you get when you support this. Like you're getting nothing. So if you're dumb enough to be like, oh, he's cutting waste, fraud, and abuse, please explain to me how. He's spending more. This bill, the bill that's about to be shoved through the House is to bankrupt us. If he was really cutting waste, fraud, and abuse, why are the Republicans about to jam through a continued resolution to refund all the same stuff? Can someone explain that to me? Why, if they were rooting out waste, fraud, and abuse, the government's about to shut down and they're just going to refund it again? Can anyone make any sense of that? None of this makes sense if you can count. Oh, and then this is what I want to go into, right? And I just want to tell you, Trump is manipulating the stock market and somebody's making a lot of money. And this is before the live started. While we've been talking, there's been more announcements. So you know how he basically said all these tariffs are going into effect. Then these in Canada and Mexico are like retaliatory tariffs. China's like, you want a war, you can have a war. Retaliatory tariffs. He's basically rolled all the tariffs back. Where is this? I was reading. I just got it. Trump delays even Canadian tariffs. So he basically rolled back all the Mexican tariffs this morning. Right. At first, it was just the auto ones yesterday. Here, I can show you guys. It's at the end of my presentation. I have to move up. Then early this morning, he basically rolls back all of the. Where's my mouse? Sorry. He rolls back all of these tariffs. He basically rolls the Mexican tariffs back, all of them. And then while we've been on this call, in reversal, Trump delays tariffs now for both Canada and Mexico. So what I'm trying to tell you is he is causing the market to dip. Do you understand? Then buying low, right? Somebody is buying up stocks when they're low. And I'm not suggesting, like, I think I was talking about this in the Discord and someone's like, I'm busy, I have a job. I'm not telling you to buy stocks. I'm telling you Trump is manipulating the market. In order to profit, you would have to know that the next day he's going to go back on all of it. None of us can know that. But Trump knows. He's making the market dip over and over and over, buying stocks low and reversing it so the market will go back up. But this time it's not, the market is still nobody believes him now, right? Like every time he does it, it's going to get harder and harder, right? The markets are up and down, like it's dipping for the third time. Even when he announced this, the markets are still fluctuating wildly. But yeah, I want you guys to understand that Donald Trump is grifting. He is driving the market down. They're buying stocks when they're low. What would be the value of driving our country into a recession? You tell me, why would that be valuable? Who benefits in a recession? People with capital. Buy low, sell high, right? Money grabs, transfers of wealth. Like, how do you get to the point of an oligarchy? That's what you need to think about, right? How do you concentrate all the wealth with only the people that Trump wants? I want you to think about this. If you have insider trading information, right, he's making sure all of the wealth not just transfers to the top of the economy, because that's always happening. No, but think about it. It's always transferring to the top of the economy in capitalism, but he wants it to go to certain people. And he knows when they have those opportunities, right? He's going to drive the market down. His oligarchy buys low. He reverses it. Market goes back up. They sell. He's transferring wealth, not just to the top of the economy, but to certain people in the top of the economy. I see the world in patterns. I see this so very clearly. It's clear as day what is happening. Like, I can't express it. Like, it's so clear to me what is happening right now. But the more he does it, the more the pattern becomes clear. It's going to be harder to make huge dividends, right? Like, because the market, people don't believe him anymore. How many times can you cry wolf? Right? Now the market's just like, this guy's effing nuts, right? And you have to be crazy to bet your money because he's just nuts. But I'm just telling you, like, he's trying to manipulate the markets. One of the reasons that I liked Kamala Harris is because one of the first speeches I saw her give in person, you know, she talked about being the attorney general for the fourth largest economy in the world. Right? She was the attorney general for California, and she said, as the attorney general, my words move markets, right? That's why the president remains even keel, because Trump's volatile words move markets, bankrupts retirement accounts. And he's doing it on purpose. Right? It's just like his meme coin. So I'm just like, hey, just stay out of volatile stocks. But even then, I don't know if you could like watch your retirement accounts, because I'm telling you, the patterns are patterning. Like, this man has been thinking a lot of, hey, I didn't do it right the first time. How can I he's making himself a billionaire and concentrating wealth into certain people's hands that will help him retain power. I see it clear as day, and I think all that. I'm not saying do it. I'm just saying think about it, right? Not the con man conning exactly, Jen. Not the con man doing exactly what we think he should be doing, right? But like, that's the point. The market runs on confidence, and Donald Trump is a confidence man running a con, and eventually everybody will lose confidence, and the market won't move anymore, or at least that's what I hope happens, right? Once you could see that, like, nothing this guy says is real, people will just stop people are going to stop making bets, period. I didn't say we should do anything. I'm saying I want everyone to start thinking, right? Like, this is what I want. This is what we should do. Don't listen to a word Donald Trump says. I want you to watch what he's doing, right? There's and I'm saying this because I was raised by a narcissist, and they say a lot of things. It has nothing to do with their actions, right? And so just drown the words out and watch for patterns. That is how you survive a narcissist. You recognize their pattern of behavior, and then you think about either how can I exploit it or how do I combat it? Right? Those are your choices. Like, I would just recognize patterns of behavior of of who I considered my arch nemesis, who unfortunately was one of my parents. And then I would think either I'm going to exploit it or I'm going to counter it and shut it down. And that's what we need to think about. He's using tariffs and threats of volatile tariffs to move the markets, to make the markets dip for money grabs. Yeah, Leanne knows she was trapped with a narcissist too. So just what you need to know is, you don't have to be terrified of narcissists. Deep down inside, they're infants. I mean, psychologically. They are literal infants who experience, it's called arrested development. It means instead of developing like a healthy human, you stop developing. They're insecure infants deep down inside. They're deeply insecure. They think they're God. It's crippling, right? You can't, if you believe you're God, you have a lot of blind spots. So that's all I'm saying. We just need to get smart. It's hard to bet on something you're not sure, but I mean, recognize Trump's patterns, watch them. Maybe you could make some money. If Trump's going to drive us into a recession, buy Boeing. Choose stocks that the government won't let fail. Right? If Trump's going to drive us into recession, save all your money and then bet on a company that the government cannot let fail. That would be my advice. Just be smart. Think. Lockheed Martin, Boeing, right? Military companies that have huge amounts of military contracts that can't fail, that the government has a vested interest in saving. Think about it. Be smarter than the idiot who's in charge. That's all I'm saying. I'm not trying to scare. I'm just saying now is the time to think. No, don't bet on Starlink. No, Starlink has a shitty product, and actually, I don't think The truth about Elmo is his companies are having the worst time ever, right? Like outside of the noblesse oblige, as they say in French, of getting military complex, don't bet on Elmo's companies. They are tanking in the like. I think Tesla just had the worst day since 2022. Elmo's having a rough go. And yeah, Starlink sucks. Like the product sucks. That's why he wasn't winning government contracts, because Biden had actual scientists doing research and determining, oh, that's not the best company for the job. Yeah, Elmo's not having business wise a great time. Personal wealth going well. But yeah, I hope we drive Tesla into the shit. No one should ever buy another Tesla again. But yeah, I don't think we should invest in Elmo's companies. But I'm just saying, like, I encourage everyone to I notice the patterns because I keep noticing them. And that's what I was trying to say. I wasn't telling anyone to like manipulate the markets. I think I said, like, if anyone has a brain, start watching patterns because Trump is driving the market down. Someone is buying huge amounts of stock and then the market's going back up and they're cashing out very clearly, right? These are pump and dumps. But just the food for thought, people, because I care about, because you guys are my family. Just saying, watch the markets. And Chrissy showed me this video, so I just want to show you. This is about the Ukrainian situation in Ukraine, and Trump deporting all these people. Because Chrissy sent me this video, and this is on TikTok and it's pretty compelling. I put it in my story on TikTok. If anyone wants to know where I got it, I put it in my story so someone can find it because it's having internet problems. So it's not in today's outline. Hold on.
Probably it's gonna be the worst my video ever I make in this channel. I'm all like, we're a family from Ukraine, coming almost 2 years ago to United States under the refugee program. But today, the Trump revoked this program, and sorry for my stress, I'll try. So he revoked the program, he revoked our status, right? Like it can happen within a month. So we became illegal, 240,000 Ukrainians will become illegal 1 month from now. And why am I stressed out? I'm not worried about I will have to go from US. That's okay. I'll get it, Mr. Chief. But we have a newborn and we don't have a time. We need passport for her. Another 6 weeks. We don't have time. This is horrible. It ain't right. We are refugee from Ukraine. Like, I'm first time telling this in this tone. Like, it ain't right. Like, okay, give us time. Why 1 month? Like, it's so horrible. Our friend in detention because his status was revoked. It is as horrible as possible. I'm freaked out. I don't know what to do. Like, seriously. We need to make passport for our new baby, because without passport, she cannot leave US. And we don't have this time, because they give a month. I don't know if you guys have any ideas, just let me know, because I'm so peaceful person, but right now I'm in super stress. What is going on? I wanna like go right now, but I cannot, like, because I don't wanna be in this thing when every officer can stop me and hold me into detention. No, that's not, but I don't have time.
Yeah, well, welcome to now you know what it's like for brown and black people. The only thing I will say to people is, yes, this is horrible, but also welcome to the systemic racism and fear experienced by brown and black people in America every day. And these are citizens, right? Like, that's all I would say. Like, I was listening to a veteran talk, because the other, veterans are being tormented. And yeah, and it's true, veterans are being fired rapidly. But like the guy said, this will be you one day. We're just first. And I'm like, sir, you're not first. Like, you think you're the first people to be discriminated in this country. Like, you're not first. But I think it's wrong what's happening. And I think it's right. And I think the reason I did make the video about the Ukrainians being deported and about and that man I'm talking about, actually, I'll just show you the video, he's a white male veteran. And it's true, because statistically, right? People care more when it's white people. That's why when women were losing their rights to healthcare, why you see the people who are chosen to be the plaintiff in lawsuits, they're always the blonde-haired, blue-eyed white women from the South, right? Because, oh, not a blonde-haired, blue-eyed white woman from the South. Who's disproportionately actually dying? Black women, indigenous women. Like, that's the truth, but you don't care anymore. That's why on TikTok, remember when Gabby Petito went missing and everyone's like, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl is missing. We have to find her. Which, don't get me wrong, I felt horrible for her, but no, like, look into missing and murdered Indigenous women. Like, they go missing at a much higher rate, and nobody ever looks for them. So that's all I'm trying to say. Oh, wait, before I show you the veterans thing, I want to show you Adam Smith, who I actually took a screenshot of his profile because I like him so much. He's a representative from Washington. He's really great. He's on the Armed Services Committee. He's really smart. I think it's the Armed Services. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. The Armed Services Committee in the House. His name's Representative Adam Smith, just in case anyone wants to know who he is, because he's about to say something. He's a progressive. He's on the Progressive Caucus. Who's rep? Low frequency. Yeah, I love Adam Smith. He's absolutely. Wait, hold on. I'm having an issue here. I can't make the screen smaller. What's wrong with my presentation? Oh, there it goes. Sorry, for a second I couldn't. Well, maybe I still can't. Let me hide it and come back and see if it fixes it. I can't make it stop. Oh, well, maybe we just won't be able to see my face. Maybe it will change.
President Trump can no longer credibly claim that what he's trying to achieve in the Ukraine war is peace. He is abandoning Ukraine in favor of Putin. That's what's happening. He's cutting off aid. He's cutting off all support, military and otherwise. He's cutting off intel sharing. Ukraine will now be vastly more vulnerable to Russian attacks because they won't have the early warning they need to defend themselves against those attacks. President Trump is killing Ukrainians, helping Putin do that. I think we need to get past the idea that he has some bold plan for peace. He's basically switching sides and giving Putin the support he needs while gutting the support for Ukraine. This is a terrible turn of events. And again, I want to emphasize, this is not going to result in peace. Putin sees weakness. He will continue to press the attack, and President Trump's actions will drag this war out even further, empower Putin, and threaten not just Ukraine, but Eastern Europe and any sort of hope for peace and security in that region. I sincerely hope that Republicans who claim to support Ukraine will speak up more loudly. Thus far, their silence has been shocking, appalling, and just a complete abandonment of the Ukrainian people who need our support and need our help now more than ever. Let's get the United States of America, through President Trump, to stop siding with Putin and get back on the right side of this conflict. Get us to the point where we can support Ukraine so they can be strong enough to force a peace agreement, to force Putin to the table. That's not what Trump is doing right now, and it is shameful.
Amen, Adam. Tell the people. I concur. I love Adam Smith. If you don't know who he is, follow him. He's amazing. He's in the Progressive Caucus. He's unbelievably smart. Oh, wait, I'll show you the veteran stuff, but let me also show you. So, in case you don't know, every Thursday morning, not like I'm a weirdo who watches it religiously, I am. If you ever wonder when the House Minority Leader, Hakeem Jeffries, does press conferences, it's every Thursday morning. I think I've watched every one since he became the Minority Leader. You have to hear what he said this morning. He's always on fire. He's amazing. He's a former prosecutor. They don't call him the Obama. He's a former federal prosecutor, to be clear. They call him the Obama of Brooklyn. Pretty smart guy. This is him this morning. He was really mad at Trump.
This flood the zone strategy, understand clearly. The flood the zone strategy is designed to disorient people. I ain't going to be disoriented.
Becky says he's not doing shit. What's wrong, Becky? What is he not doing? Do you understand what the job of the minority leader is? He runs a coalition. and he's running one of the most effective coalitions ever in history. I think you need to think about what his job is before you say he's not doing anything. What is the primary job of the ranking member of the House? What do you mean he's not unifying his party? We vote in lockstep. When have we not been unified? There's nothing to not capitulate to. We don't have the majority. What do you mean? We have never had the majority that's why he's called ranking member, right? We don't have the majority. I think and I want to say this like as nice as possible. I think we have some people who are very confused about what power you have when you don't have the majority in the House. And I mean this super nicely. Does it feel like oh my God. Yeah, feelings. I think that's more accurate. He's running a coalition. We vote together on every vote that matters. That's all we can do. He organizes a coalition of people, and he's doing it quite effectively. But actually, his number one job is fundraising, and he's a very effective fundraiser. He raised more money than has ever been raised in history for Kamala and for a congressional, so I really don't know what you guys are talking about, but I think you're blaming the wrong person for something. Repetitive platitudes. Okay, so you're saying he gives repetitive platitudes except for the fact that we don't have the majority. All we can do is speak. That's it. There's nothing else we can do but resist. We don't have the majority. If you have a problem with what's going on in the House, then you have to take it up with the people who are in charge. Period. That's it. He's not, I don't even know what you mean by that. Listen, I can't spend time talking to people who have no idea what they're talking about. And I mean that respectfully. And if you don't want to listen to me anymore, that's fine. But I just have to explain. I'm going to try my best to explain this respectively, but respectfully. But do you understand what a coalition is? Becky, laugh all you want. You're the idiot. You're the person that has no idea what they're talking about. But I'm about to teach you something, Becky, before I block you for your idiocy. A coalition, right? A coalition is a wide spectrum, right? Districts all over this country. So he has moderate Democrats in Trump plus 10 districts, Trump plus 20 districts, and he has progressives in Harris plus 20 districts, right? That's a wide range. It's a coalition of people. Democrats are like herding cats, right? We're not corrupt. We're not pathological liars. We don't get our marching orders from authoritarian dictators who say, hey, either get in line or I primary you, right? We're not corrupt people. Everyone gets to have their own thoughts and feelings. But he still is managing to control a coalition and keep everyone together. Now, the rhetoric you hear coming from moderate Democrats who are holding swing districts is always going to be different than the people that work in progressive districts, right? You can be progressive in a progressive district. You have to toe the line, the middle of the line, and walk the fence to hold a moderate district. And if you don't understand that, that's just a misunderstanding of how government works and how you control the House. He has to walk a fine line. He cannot be an extremist. He will lose half the coalition the minute he's an extremist. His job is to keep people together, to placate, to negotiate. No, this is not, listen, I think you guys misunderstand me. This is a learning opportunity. I'm not speaking just to Becky. Becky's an idiot. I'm teaching, right? I'm a teacher. So this is not for people that think they know what they're talking about and aren't listening. Every idiot that says something to me and challenges me, it's just an opportunity for me to teach other people who aren't idiots things, right? His job is to placate people and it's like herding cats. right? We're not ruling through fear, corruption, and lies like the Republicans do. That's not how Democrats work. Everyone has opinions, and it's hard. This is the hardest job there will ever be, right? So what it takes to be reelected, and I don't like it either, right? I hate moderate Democrats a lot of the times. I'm a fucking communist, okay? But I'm smart enough to know, right, that what I can say and my own personal feelings are not how you hold a swing district, right? The rhetoric is different. What it takes to hold a swing district in Texas is walk the middle of the line. You basically have to be a moderate Democrat. My own personal beliefs, his personal beliefs as a black man in America are very different than what it takes to hold a coalition in the House. Wake the F up and think, people. That's all. I'm encouraging you, Becky, because of course your name's Becky. Of course it is. They always are named Becky. To think about what it takes to hold a coalition together and to effectively fundraise. And I'm telling you, he's doing a very good job. But Becky, maybe you should run for Congress. Maybe that's what you need to be doing, Becky, with the good hair. Exactly. Instead of complaining. I hope you're running. I hope you are running for Congress. You need to start, since you know everything about everything. But I know you don't, by the nature of your comments, because I am a literal communist. I don't like moderate Democrats, but also I'm not going to tell people what they need to say to constituents to get reelected in a swing district in the south of Texas. It's different rhetoric, right? Whatever it takes. And this is one of the most intelligent things. And I'll say this, like, this is something I've had to learn, right? Because I want to be outraged and I want to be a crazed progressive who's like, no, everyone needs to see the world like I do. And that's why I'm here educating, right? But with someone... Actually, it was Mark Elias, the man who owns the legal firm that fights all of our fights voter suppression for the Democratic Party. He was talking about this. He was saying the difference between the most progressive of the progressives and the most moderate of the moderate Democrats is so small in comparison to the difference between a conservative and a Democrat. And he said, that's what everyone needs to think about. While we in the Democratic Party say, this person doesn't seem like they're fighting hard enough. I'm angry. I just want to complain. Shut the F up and realize what we're fighting. We're fighting the loss of democracy, of the right to dissent. Stop complaining, Becky. I don't know why your comment disappeared, Julie. I don't even know what it was, but I don't even know how to delete comments. So what's it be? And I don't want anyone to delete comments. Just to be clear, I don't know how to delete comments, but I didn't delete anyone's comments because I literally don't know how. But Becky needs to use her brain. It's Becky with an I. Just don't spell her name wrong. Becky's name is spelled with an I. Just saying. But so anyways, don't tell a fucking federal prosecutor, a black man, who I've met in like how to run one of the most difficult coalitions to ever hold together in history. Like, you have no idea what you're talking about. Anyways, if you don't want to hear this clip, here's the best part. You don't have to be here. As I said yesterday, this is voluntary, not compulsory. So if you don't want to listen to Hakeem Jeffries speak, leave. That's the beauty. At any moment, you can leave the live. The rest of us are here to learn things. But thanks, Becky, for giving me a teaching moment, because actually that's a good thing to talk about. Because I think, yeah, I'm a left of. I guarantee, Becky, I'm more left than you are. Trust me. I hung out in actual communes in the jungles of South America. I know actual communists, and I am one. But I understand that the idea of communism is a voluntary thing that a small group of people can do. Translating that to America is a whole different thing. It's un-mother effing realistic, right? So, like, that's all. I'm inviting you to just challenge yourself to think. And if you are as upset as it seems you are, you should be running for Congress. And you can, I don't think everyone's going to want to listen to you complain on the campaign trail, but you can try.
This flood the zone strategy, like, understand clearly. The flood the zone strategy is designed to disorient people. I ain't going to be disoriented. I'm not going to be disoriented by it all. We have to push back with righteous indignation. But this whole flood the zone strategy is designed to create the appearance of inevitability. The notion that Donald Trump is unstoppable. He ain't unstoppable. Not a single bill connected to Trump's Project 2025 agenda has passed the House because there's unified Democratic opposition. Not a single bill.
Because of this man running a coalition, Becky. If you don't think they're doing anything, they're fighting against tyranny all together at once. But I'll let Hakeem explain it.
Not a single bill connected to Trump's Project 2025 agenda has passed the House because there's unified Democratic opposition. Not a single bill. We're almost halfway through the first 100 days. He doesn't have a single legislative accomplishment, but we're supposed to believe it's all inevitable, he's invincible, it's unstoppable. Show me the evidence.
I think
Hold on. In the courts, Donald Trump is not winning. He's losing. In case after case after case, more than 100 different cases have been filed against 35 or 40 different unlawful and unconstitutional executive orders. He's either winning or he's losing. What do the facts say? He's losing case after case after case by judges appointed by Democratic presidents and Republican presidents like Reagan, Bush, and Trump himself. As a matter of fact, there have been 2 cases now to go to the Supreme Court. Not 0, not 1, 2. And Donald Trump has lost both cases. One related to USAID and the other related to the Office of Special Counsel. Why is that Office of Special Counsel case important? Because that actually relates to the firing of the probationary employees, many of whom are veterans. That's disgusting what they're doing. He's being stopped in the Congress, stopped in the courts, and stopped in terms of community sentiment because his public approval ratings aren't going up, they're going down. This dude is not winning anywhere. But the flood the zone strategy is designed to disorient and to distract. I'm not going to be disoriented. We are going to push back successfully, and the American people will win.
This is a leader, Becky. This is a leader. He remains calm. He has passed the bar in several states. He has a win record that would shock you. This man is a winner. As much as we have the power to do to keep our coalition together and successfully resist Trump, we are doing. We have limited amount of power, right? As much as he has the power to do to hold every Democrat in the House together, keep them voting together when it matters, we are. He's saying, don't get distracted. Stop panicking. Like, control the controllable. You're trying to blame him for things he has no power over. What he has power over, he is controlling. That's it. And if you're sitting there blaming him for the situation we're in, I promise you it's not his fault. Becky, go get white women and ask them why they keep voting like they do. I don't know why you're worried about him. Go gather your people together and ask them to read a book. That would be my suggestion. You go get your people. Like, and that's the thing, like, stop waiting for other people. Stop complaining online. Do something with your frustration other than complain. What more would you like him to do? I'm just asking, what is it that you think? That's what I'm saying. He's not resisting enough. What I'm telling you is, as a highly intelligent person who knows what I'm talking about, I don't know what more he can do at this point. You tell me what it is. Because, again, a coalition is people that have a wide range of thoughts and beliefs, right? They don't agree. It's herding cats. Trump rules through threats, through corruption, through leverage. He's not a mob boss, right? So he has to gather people together and get them to stick together reasonably based on the few things they have in common. And then when it comes time, get them to vote together. I don't know what else you think he should be doing that he's not doing. The job of the ranking Democrat, right? You see Jasmine, and I'll just explain this to people who just are also saying unintelligent things. I love Jasmine Crockett. She very could be ranking member someday. But like the position she's in now on judiciary and on oversight and accountability, he put her there. Who in the F do you think moves the pieces on the game board? Who created the emergency response team? The reason you see Jasmine in the press all the time, who schedules her press stuff, that's him. He created the House emergency response team that created the press team that she is on. That's him. He is the man moving the chess pieces on the chessboard. So again, that's all I'm saying is I think it's easy to want to blame people or say this person should be here or this person should be there. This is the situation that we were in. And I just want to say also to the person who just I don't know, I'm not even going to talk about it because I find that very offensive. If you're going to use a reference to me giving someone oral sex in the comments, that's disgusting. Like, truly, that's disgusting. Like, I'm just stating facts. I did block them. That's truly disgusting. Like, as a woman, that's one of the most disgusting things I've ever seen. Like, what you think I'm defending him? I'm telling someone what this person's job is. Like, you want to know who a shitty coalition leader is? Mike Johnson, the person that can't get his coalition to vote together. That's the job of this person, to count the votes, right? And to go to the floor with the votes. He's doing his job. I don't know what to tell you guys. And the first job is fundraising, which he did an amazing job of. Like, the numbers are there. The math is mathing. If he wasn't doing his job, I would say that too. Republicans are terrible at leading coalitions. He's doing a good job. We just don't have the numbers and everyone's frustrated, but I don't know what more you want them to do. Like, I think that our anger is directed at the wrong people. That's what I'm trying to say. And also, instead of complaining, do something. That's what I suggest. That's why I do this every single day, is because I'm frustrated. So I'm just like, what skills do I have and what can I do with them? And that's what I do every day. That's why I spend 10 hours a day clipping things and letting you guys know what's going on in Congress. This is what I can do. I'm take my skill sets in marketing and advertising and teaching, and then I turn it into action. And implying that I am like trying to give somebody oral sex because I'm just telling you what his role is in all of this. And again, did I vote? Do I have a vote for who's House Leader? No. You don't like that he is? Well, he was elected unanimously. Unanimously. Not one person voted against him in the House. So if you don't like that people voted for him unanimously, then maybe vote for someone different in your district. That's what you have control over. I already went over that, Edward. I literally went over the 10 people. This has to do, oh my God, it's almost like show up to class on time. Like, I get, again, all of my replays are available on YouTube after A Girl Has No Name. We already went over that, right? It has to do with the coalition as well. I went over all the 10 people, if they're in what their district is, and how much Harris or Trump won the district by. And then we speculated as to why that might be. Some of those people, I would say about half of them are in districts, they're in huge swing districts, right? And you can look all that up on your own and figure that out, right? That's what I'm trying to say. If you're in a swing district, you might need to vote certain ways to hold your district. Listen, and I said this before, so I'll say it again. If you don't want to like Jared, I don't care that Jared Moskowitz is in a swing district in Florida. I like whatever he has to do to hold it. I think he should hold it, because the worst, right? We can be annoyed with Jared Moskowitz, but that district going to a Republican is much worse. That's a way worse scenario. So we need people to hold their districts. We're playing like chess, not checkers. So you might feel icky about something, but it takes strategy, right? There are people in Trump +4 districts that voted to censure Al Green. They're trying to hold a Trump +4 district. Don't tell somebody in a swing district how to hold their district. Use your brain. Like, think. And there are also people, there's like, I think we went up the list, I think there's like 4 or 5 that are in probably districts that aren't in danger. And if you want, look up the 10 people and go find them and email them and ask them. I don't think you're going to get an answer, but you can go ask them why they were elected. They were smart enough to get elected to Congress. They probably have an explanation for you, like I would say, for the ones that it can't be explained by swing districts, you can look up that list and then you could go find them and be like, why? But I'm less concerned about that vote than the major votes to move bills through the House. And the Democrats are voting in lockstep on those bills to resist. That is what scares me. Right? Like, that's what matters. But if someone's trying to hold their swing district in Florida, like, if you want to hate Jared Moskowitz, hate him for his stock market positions. He's enriching himself off things in Congress. It's not illegal, but to me, that's more unconscionable. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, you think that's the problem with Jared Moskowitz? He's voting for bills and taking huge positions in the stock market in Meta and then voting for a TikTok ban. That's more unethical than being in a swing district and trying to hold it. Like, so yeah, like I'm less worried about that. Yeah, he's in a swing district. Like, again, whatever you have to vote for in swing districts to hold your district. The difference between a moderate Democrat and some wacko conservative is huge. I would much rather moderate Democrats hold their district. When it seems like they're worse, I promise you it's not worse than losing the district to a Republican. No matter what you think, it's better than losing a district to a Republican. Like, we have to hold the districts. Like, you want to take back the majority? Should we lose the swing districts? Like, that's all I'm saying. We're playing a numbers game. Who saw the pic of Marjorie Taylor Greene barely wears makeup ever? Sorry, someone asked who saw a pic of. I was like, I feel like I've seen a pic of Marjorie Taylor Greene without makeup on every day. I feel like that's every day of Marjorie. She just some days puts makeup on. Like, completely without makeup? Maybe I haven't. I don't know. No, I don't know. Some woman was yelling at me about saying Hakeem Jeffrey sucks at his job, and I just said I don't think you know what his job is. That's all I was ever saying. Was like, I don't know how you do your job better. Your job is to fundraise. Your job is to keep people voting together, and your job is to set up people, different House members on the best committees for their skill sets. I think he's doing a pretty good job at this point. Right? Like Nancy Pelosi also, like, she was the best coalition leader in probably congressional history, and she gave her job up so he could, I think she did the right thing, and I think he's doing a good job. I don't know if Jasmine Crockett should run the House, really. I think, no offense, but she's probably destined for bigger things than running the House. That's my personal opinion, I hope she runs for Senate and then on to even bigger and better things. Like, I don't think she needs to waste her time. Like, running the House is like herding cats. It's not very glamorous. It's the same. Kamala had a very meteoric rise, to where she got. I don't think she needs to, running the House is not that good. It's not a great job. You kind of get stuck there, I don't think Jasmine needs to waste her time trying to be the ranking member. She needs to move past it and quickly. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think she and also Jasmine wouldn't be in the press if she was running the House. Being the ranking member is a behind the scenes job. Once a week he does a press conference, but that's it, and no one really sees it. I just happen to. I'm the only person that watches those. Jasmine's business. She needs to be in front of the camera speaking full time. That's why he has her in the over. She's on. I don't know if you guys know this. Hakeem Jeffries put her on not just the Oversight and Accountability Committee, but the Judiciary Committee. That's why Hakeem Jeffries is smart. He has her constantly where people will see her, and she's on the rapid response team. So it's that's why she's always in the press. Jasmine is exactly where Jasmine needs to be, doing exactly what Jasmine's good at, and that's because Hakeem Jeffries is smart. If she was running the House, we'd never see her. She'd be in an office. Nice to see you. Thank you. Who gifted those subs? Thank you so much. Sorry. Wait, who did gift the subs? Can someone tell me? Because it's hard for me to tell. Who can someone tell me who did it? I can't see the name of the person that gifted the subs. Received. I can see people received a subscription. Does it tell you who did it? Well, I'm not on my phone. I'm in computer software. I'm in TikTok Studio, so it looks different. Yeah, I know. Can someone tell? Faithfully, thank you so much. There it goes. I knew someone would tell me eventually. It's hard for me to see. I can just see all the yellow. Thank you so much.
I want everybody to live in fear of undocumented people. That is what they want to do. But I'll tell you, when I'm in my district and I do roundtables, I've done them with kids in elementary school, and I ask them what they want us to do. They want us to ban assault weapons. They say what they're actually scared of is being shot to death and dying in their schools. And because of actions that the Democratic administration took, the Biden administration with Congress, gun violence has gone down in Denver, 24%, 25% in Chicago, 40% down homicides in Boston. This works. Gun violence went up 45% under Trump. So when they're in charge, more people die. When they're in charge, we are actually less safe. And I think that's an important thing that we all have to keep in mind as they try to scare us in terms of immigrants who are living in this country. Thank you, and I yield back.
This is the hearing where they were trying to, like, they subpoenaed all the sanctuary city mayors and were accusing them of, I don't know what, harboring immigrants, or actually Anna Paulina Luna said she's referring all of them for prosecution at what she literally said, when I walk out of here, I'm going to be referring you all for prosecution. That's what, this was one of the most wild hearings I've ever heard in my life. I'm trying to think of which order I want to go in, because there were so many good moments of this hearing. Ayanna Pressley was also amazing. Sorry, I'm just thinking of the best order. Oh, yeah. And then Ayanna Pressley spoke, and then she tried to introduce an article into evidence, and then James Comer threatened to I'll show you. I love Ayanna Pressley. She's from Massachusetts. She's absolutely fabulous.
It's clear my colleagues across the aisle didn't do their homework, because the fears and division they're trying to project onto Boston are really the stuff of Fox News fever dreams. Our city is vibrant. Our city is diverse. Our city is beautiful. Mayor Wu, immigration is central to the economic success of Boston, is it not?
Absolutely. All of our key industries, whether it's healthcare, life sciences, higher education, financial services, everything that we do depends on immigrant residents and the contributions that they make.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, immigration defines Boston. For generations, our city has been shaped by people who have endured incredible hardships to arrive at our shores seeking a better life. They drove taxis, opened restaurants, studied at our schools, built homes, repaired our roads and bridges, cared for patients, cleaned offices, built businesses, provided essential early education and childcare for our babies. There is no doubt immigration is essential to the success of Boston, but there is, in fact, a dark threat looming over this great city. That threat is the racist and xenophobic anti-immigrant policies coming from this Trump White House. Mayor Wu, I've been speaking to principals and educators in Boston at various roundtables and town halls that I've convened, and the stories are heartbreaking. Elementary school children are crying in their teachers' arms, fearful that they're going to lose their parents to cruel and unjust deportation raids. Mayor,
an 11-year-old in Texas, just to be clear, unalived herself for fear that she would lead ICE back to her parents. This is a real story. You can look it up. So she's not just saying this. This is real life. An 11-year-old in Texas, a 6th grader, unalived herself because she was tormented by her classmates and told, "Oh, your parents aren't legal. Your parents aren't legal. You're going to get them caught. You're going to get them caught." And because she was so fearful that she would lead ICE from her school back to her parents, she unalived herself and is no longer with us.
Last week, I met with an esteemed doctor from a local Boston hospital who reported that follow-up appointments in her clinic have seen a 200% spike in no-shows and cancellations. Her assessment, her patients are missing critical care like dialysis, prenatal care, and chemotherapy because of a fear of immigration raids in our hospitals and healthcare settings. Mayor Wu, do you agree with this healthcare provider?
Absolutely. We hear it from our shared constituents. People are afraid, and that is having huge impact on their daily lives when they're just trying to do right and be a good example for their kids as they pursue the American dream.
So here we have a man who thinks he is king, screaming anti-immigrant slurs from the Oval Office, and what it has done to make Boston safer. Nothing, not a thing. But it has traumatized our kids, cost our elders their dialysis, delayed cancer patients' chemotherapy, and struck fear into the heart of hardworking people who not only contribute immensely to our city and our community, but whose labor and contributions are also essential to the very functions of daily life in our great city. The members of this committee would be well served by learning from our esteemed mayor, but a teach-in is not the charge of this committee. Remind my colleagues, this committee's purpose is oversight. The only person who has something to answer for is Donald.
I love her. So anyways, now watch this. So she's trying to basically submit an article or many articles for the record. James Cover, watch James Cover flip out.
Unanimous consent request. Mr. Chairman, have unanimous consent request.
Proceed.
I'd like to seek unanimous consent to enter into the record this article, and I'll do this as a survivor of sexual violence myself. This is from Courts, March 2018.
Without objection, so ordered.
Data from Texas shows that U.S.-born...
Without objection, so ordered. We've put it in the record.
I haven't entered it.
You have what?
Mr. Chair, can I have several articles. I need to enter them. Let me just go ahead with what the articles are. What they speak to.
What's the next article?
Let me proceed. Data from Texas shows that U.S.-born Americans commit more rape and murder than immigrants.
Listen, this trend of you all trying to get thrown out of committee so you can get on MSNBC is going to end. We're not going to put up with it.
This is my procedural right as a member of this committee.
You can go. You can go with Mr. Frost and Mr. Green.
I'm reclaiming my time.
That's what you want. No. Ms. Presley, I have been very accommodating to you. Mr. Subramaniam,
and I
start
take
the clock.
particular umbrage as a survivor of sexual violence. I will enter into the record. This is my right. Thank you.
No. It is Mr. Subramaniam.
Mr. Chair.
No, you know the process of unanimous consent. You are not recognized.
I have several articles.
She was reading the title of an article. Just to be clear, that is the process, is to read the title of the article, and then he says, okay, through unanimous consent, yes. That's all she was doing, was reading the title, and he did not like it.
To enter into the record.
Mr. Subramaniam, if you don't go, we're going to recognize Mr. Timmons.
I know. Consent, he's giving. Exactly. That's a good one. Who said that? Good point, Jesse. Yeah, exactly. Can you believe that? It's like, let her read the titles just because you hate the titles. And then here's Anna Paulina Luna basically informing everyone, all the mayors that were subpoenaed, that she's going to refer them for criminal prosecution for nothing.
I do not think you guys are bad people, but I think that you are ideologically misled, which is why, unfortunately, based on your responses, I'm all going to be criminally referring you to the Department of Justice for investigation. And as soon as I leave here, these will be going over to Pam Bondi. I do not.
Yeah. Okay. This is the woman who is wasting our tax dollars investigating alien conspiracies and the death of JFK. And she believes that she said she was going to subpoena the people from the Warren Commission and the doctors in the hospital who are all no longer with us. So, yeah, you do whatever you need to do. Like, none of this makes any sense. I love Melanie Stansbury. She's so amazing.
Does not mean that we drag them in front of Congress for 4 hours. We yell at them. We tell them we're going to give them criminal referrals. The DOJ is intimidating our mayors. And my colleagues across the aisle are producing TV ads to try to pretend that they're making this country safe again. It's total bullshit. Absolute bullshit. They are not making America safer again, and what they are doing is terrorizing immigrant families. Does not mean that we drag them in front of Congress.
I love Melody Stansbury. She is so amazing. Oh, and now I think the presentation might close. So if it does, I just have to reopen it. And I want to show you guys Jasmine Crockett because she was amazing, and so was AOC. They were pissed. We have so many great women in the house. It's the best. Oh, it's not going to close. Okay.
To touch on something, because I know that many of you prepared for today's hearing by making sure that you got a little bit of information about immigrants and crime in your cities. Let me ask each of the mayors, just yes or no. Have any of you been made aware of any immigrant that has had 34 felony convictions that has still been able to roam around in your cities? Anyone?
No, ma'am.
34 felony convictions.
No, Congresswoman.
From the immigrants. Anybody?
I'm not aware.
Oh, okay. Okay. I'm just curious because we are so concerned about crime, and I know that my Republican colleagues would never want anybody with 34 felony convictions roaming around because that could be a danger to the community, but I will move on.
Oh, Florida, we got Andrew Tate now and Trump. Like, Florida just has a bunch of criminals. No, it gets better. Listen to this. I've got one more. Jasmine's amazing. It's so true. Listen to this. Anyone?
You may or may not be aware, but the NRCC just instructed Republicans to stop their town hall meetings because their constituents were showing up and telling them to do your jobs. If I had to sum up some of what you have said thus far today, I would sum it up as you have been trying to tell them as politely as you can to do their jobs. In fact, we know that they have not done their jobs, and so they're trying to force you to do it for them by turning your local law enforcement officers into ICE agents. They have this fake outrage about how immigrants are stealing resources and jobs from Americans when residents of Boston, Chicago, New York City, and Denver are subsidizing public services in their districts and their states because the Republicans refuse to ensure that their constituents earn a livable wage.
Amen. Tell the people, Jasmine. And oh man, this is the best. AOC was on fire. Like, so I showed you a clip and I'll show you again if you want to see it. Like, Robert Garcia was too. Like, he was. So one of the people subpoenaed is Mayor Eric Adams, who's a criminal who should be removed from his position and has basically, in order to stop being federally prosecuted, has signed it, has an agreement, a quid pro quo with Trump. So Robert Garcia is one of them that went after him. AOC went after. Listen to AOC. She was on fire.
I'd like to start with some questions prior to my recognized questions. Mayor Adams, on January 31st of 2025, your attorneys met with federal prosecutors regarding the charges of bribery, campaign finance fraud, and conspiracy against you. Were you aware of this meeting prior to its occurrence?
Congresswoman, as I...
microphone, please.
I'm sorry. As I stated to your colleagues, and I'm going to continue to state because we're asking the same question over and over again.
This isn't a question.
This case is in front of Judge Ho, and out of deference to
I understand, Mayor Adams.
Process, I'm going to
Mayor Adams, as your counsel, I'm sure will inform you. The only permissible way to refuse to answer a question during a congressional proceeding such as this is by pleading the Fifth Amendment. Deference to the judge is not a permissible excuse for not answering questions during a congressional hearing. Is it your intention to plead the Fifth today?
Councilwoman, you said the only way that you can't answer a question is to plead the Fifth. I am answering your question. I'm answering your question directly. That
you are not, Mayor Adams.
Okay, I believe I am.
I will ask it again. Were you aware of the meeting between your attorneys and federal prosecutors on January 31st? No. Answering this question is a yes or a no.
And I'm going to answer it again. Out of deference to Judge Ho with this case.
That is not an answer, Mayor Adams.
He is going to deal with the outcome of the case.
Mayor Adams, is it your intention to not comply with these questions? I'd like to start with some questions prior to my recognized questions.
I love her. She got him too. She's absolutely right. Like, that is not an answer. And it gets worse for him. I could watch people go out. Eric Adams is guilty. If you don't believe me, read the indictment.
The acting U.S. attorney has submitted former acting U.S. attorney has submitted a letter. And Mayor Adams, do you know how many federal prosecutors total resigned rather than file the motion to drop the charges?
It was reported that 7.
7. Correct. Mr. Chair, I would like to submit another letter from Hagan Scotton, his resignation letter.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. Scotton was an assistant U.S. attorney who also attended the January 31st meeting between your attorneys and federal prosecutors. He also resigned rather than drop the charges. In his resignation letter, he stated, and I quote, "Our laws and traditions do not allow using the prosecutorial power to influence other citizens, much less elected officials." 7 federal prosecutors, the acting U.S. attorney, the assistant U.S. attorney, all gave up their entire careers, Republicans included, then drop these charges because of what they saw transpire in that January 31st meeting. This is important not just for the city of New York, but for the people of the United States of America. Because what is being alleged is genuinely not just about what may or may not have occurred from the mayor's office and with the mayor, but what is happening at the Department of Justice. And that's what I want everyone to understand. These are not Democratic U.S. attorneys. These are Republican U.S. attorneys that have trained under Republican-appointed Supreme Court justices who have stated that there is and suggested as well, that the prosecutorial power at the Department of Justice may be influencing what is occurring. And instead of carrying that out and carrying out the erosion at the Department of Justice, they would have preferred to give up their entire career. 7 lifelong public servants involved in law enforcement, mind you. And to that, when it comes to the fact that this may or may not have anything to do with this hearing, respectfully, Mr. Chairman, this is about specifically immigration enforcement in terms of that. And this right here is the 4-alarm fire that everyone must be paying attention to. Because if it's not just in the mayor's office of New York City, what other city, what other individual, what other municipality leader can be next? For a party that talks about states' rights and municipal rights, we must defend, yes, the rule of law, including in the Department of Justice. And with that, I yield back.
I could never get enough of AOC. She's amazing. And that how you know she's so amazing is because so many MAGA people on X just say, oh, she's dumb and she's a bartender. Really? Does that seem like a dumb person to you? Or does it seem like somebody who infuriates you because she intimidates you? I don't know. You can be the judge. Oh, I wanted to say something, and I was just sitting here thinking about it because I was reading so many comments earlier. Someone asked me something when I was talking about Hakeem Jeffries. Someone asked me how I feel about AIPAC, and I think the influence of AIPAC in Congress and with Hakeem Jeffries. I don't like it. Just to be clear, what? And if you don't know what AIPAC is, I can't remember what it stands for technically, but it's basically what does AIPAC stand for? Does someone want to tell me? It's I don't know, but I just consider it like the Israeli government's influence inside Congress, right? They lobby for that bill that was passed that basically changed the definition of anti-Semitism. Yeah, thank you. Okay, total. It is Israeli. I don't like it. And I think that I'm always surprised when I start looking at AIPAC numbers and who is accepting money from them. And they demand fearless support, and I don't like it. I just want to be, just to be fair, no, I think that's a valid criticism and it concerns me. But also I don't know, because can I tell Jared Moskowitz not to support AIPAC? I don't know. That seems a little iffy. But no, I don't what is it? American Israeli Public Affairs. Okay. Is American Israeli Public Affairs Committee. Thank you. Yeah. And they just, they push they're the people silencing dissent on university campuses. Yeah, no, I don't. It's very concerning to me. I think they're pushing violations of the First Amendment. And yeah, I would prefer if no one accepted money from them. But again, every Republican does. Like, I don't know. Like, I think if you're looking to like reform the government, like it's not going to be your way, right? Like if you need it to be like your way or the highway, then I think you want to be like one of the, if in the reform versus revolution argument, then maybe you should endeavor, what do they call, was it called again? An accelerate, like, I don't know, maybe you want to try to burn the government down, because like, yeah, you're just never going to have everything you want. I wish we could get AIPAC influence out of the government, because it scares me. I think they are violating First Amendment rights, in my opinion. Yeah. Oh, yeah. They tried to primary. They spent, whose primary was it? Like one of the most expensive primaries, and they were successful, was Jamal Bowman, the man who pulled the fire alarm. He's like a high school principal. It was one of the most expensive. It was like 20 million something dollars. I mean, insane, right? To like get a moderate Democrat into that seat. It scares me what they're doing. I don't like it at all. But like, I also am not sure, like, I don't know what to do. I think we need to get rid of super PACs. Like, I don't want any super PACs really operating personally. I think we should get money out of politics. John Ossoff. Well, no, look up Jamal Bowman's like I'm saying primary. How much it cost to primary Jamal Bowman was. It's like 20 something. It was one of the most expensive, and they won. Like Jamal Bowman's out. Like, and that's depressing. Yeah, it's so no. I don't like AIPAC. I don't approve. I am a communist. Like, but what I'm saying is my personal goals and how we affect change in the House are two very separate things. That's what I'm saying. So like, I've just learned like my personal beliefs, if you knew me personally, are very different than like how I think we hold a coalition together in the House. That's all I was saying. And sorry if I came in hot. Like, I just want to say I actually have a lot of empathy and I'm very nice. It's just, it's easy to criticize. I just, as like a person that sees everything as like a chessboard, I don't like, it's just a delicate situation, and I don't know how, like, it's very delicate, right? We try to push AIPAC out. We're going to lose more people from the Democratic Party. We speak out more against them. Like, it's just, that's what I'm saying. It's a game of like millimeters, and there's no right answers. And it's easy to be angry and just be like, no one's doing their job. But like, the more I get to know about it, and I'm obsessed with Congress. Nobody watches more hearings. No one's more involved in Congress than me. And like, the more I get into it, it's been about 4 years of me being obsessed with Congress, and it's very complicated. Like, there's no right answers. That's the thing. It's like, you're always just, it's give and take, and just trying to do the best you can. Like, that's why I say, like, it's easy to be like, oh, no one's doing their job. But like, when you look at the whole game board, it's just super complicated. But yeah, I hate AIPAC. Personally, I am a communist. This is one of my favorite moments. I love Robert Garcia. You will always hear me say I love Robert Garcia, but man, he tore Eric Adams to shreds. What? Oh, you guys. So I forgot. I'm like watching it, then I'm like, I don't hear it. Sorry.
Some of the mayors, your residents. Now, the Trump administration has threatened to prosecute some of the mayors on the panel today and force them to comply with his extremist agenda. But however, Mayor Adams, you are in a different position. You, of course, are already facing serious criminal charges. And Mayor Adams, I assume that you are not going to commit perjury today. And I do believe, though, that you have an enormous amount of issues facing you ahead of you. And it means that your criminal charges are absolutely relevant to us today. Bribery, wire fraud, willfully and knowingly conspiring to commit offenses against the United States. Mayor Adams, you, of course, deny these corruption charges against you. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes, Congressman.
Thank you. Now, I understand that you are proven innocent unless you are guilty, but you also have, sir, a trust problem. 4 of your deputy mayors have resigned. Now, this is serious, and Republican prosecutors agree that the evidence against you is ironclad, yet Trump's DOJ moved to drop these charges. Now, I just want to be and show this. I want to be just really clear and show this.
Robert Garcia has the best signs every time. Hands down, best signs in Congress is always Robert Garcia.
Here. Now, look at how the Trump-appointed acting U.S. attorney who is prosecuting you described it. Because the law does not support a dismissal, and because I am confident that Adams committed the crimes with which he is charged, I cannot agree to seek a dismissal. Now, this is a conservative Republican who resigned when Donald Trump pressured her to drop the charges. And we know the Trump administration demanded that the charges be dropped. And this is key. They will be able to refile them against you, Mr. Mayor, at any time. I think, personally, that's why you sat next to the architect of family separation on Fox and Friends. Now, Tom Homan sat next to you and said the following, and I quote, "Getting on Rikers Island is step one. We're working on some other things that we don't really want to talk about on open air because the city council will be putting roadblocks up on us. The mayor and me have a commitment to several other things." Now, this was you, of course, and Mr. Homan, the architect of family separation. This is also incredibly concerning, Mr. Mayor. You sat next to him, you smiled, you badmouthed your own city council. Now, Mr. Mayor, we have a right to know if the Trump administration has actually coerced you into agreeing to anything. And Mayor Adams, I also want to be very clear. Are you selling out New Yorkers to save yourself from prosecution?
There's no deal, no quid pro quo, and I did nothing wrong. And anything dealing with this case out of deference to Judge Ho, who's now addressing it, I'm going to refer to his actions.
Well, Mr. Mayor, it appears, to me at least, that you are selling New Yorkers out. It appears that you are working with Tom Homan, who is clearly...
I'm so glad he said that, because when he can't do what Trump wants and Trump throws Eric Adams under the bus, he is under oath right now. So everyone heard it. He is under oath saying all this stuff. And just to be clear, and I showed this yesterday, so you can watch yesterday's replay, like, there are the people, when they say there's seven federal prosecutors who resigned, who were like, and these are conservative Federalist Society lawyers, right? Like Danielle Sassoon is a Federalist Society conservative lawyer, Republican, who's like, I'm not doing this. Like, I've seen the evidence and I've read the indictments and I'm like, oh yeah, this is wire fraud. It's a money trail. It's very obvious he's guilty. And she's saying, even outside of what you see in the indictment, I know of more evidence. I tried to get a superseding indictment, which means to add more charges, that Eric Adams was trying to cover up evidence and intimidate witnesses. And she's like, I won't work here anymore. A Republican Federalist Society lawyer. So I'm glad he's under oath saying all this, because you can never do. Donald Trump probably will throw him under the bus at the end. And now he's under oath saying all of this. So perfect.
Clearly focused on family separation and deportations and harming New Yorkers and others across the country. Now, every other mayor on this panel is pursuing legal and effective policies that benefit our residents and their communities. Their policies actually uphold public safety. Now, I personally agree with the majority of New Yorkers and think, Mr. Mayor, that you should resign. You should do the right thing. You should step down and resign today. And with that, I yield back.
Would my friend yield? Would my friend yield?
I yield.
Yeah. Mr. Mayor, I want to be really clear. Were you pressured in exchange for the dropping and dismissal of criminal charges in your indictment to cooperate with the Trump administration on all fronts with respect to immigration? Did any such conversation take place?
I think I was extremely clear.
I cannot hear you, sir.
I think I was extremely clear. No quid pro quo, no agreement. I did nothing wrong but serve the people of New York City.
Thank my friend for yielding.
Oh, God, I cannot wait. And again, another thing Danielle Sassoon that says in her letter to resign is that she sat in meetings where the quid pro quo was discussed. And when her assistant, one of her assistant attorneys, was taking notes, they confiscated that lawyer's notes who tried to leave with them. So, I mean, okay, like whatever you say under oath, Eric Adams. It's almost like too the Republicans allowed him to be subpoenaed, so it's almost like the Republicans are throwing him under the bus. Do you know what I'm saying? So now he has to do what they say even more. Like, this is all about Trump having extreme amounts of leverage on him. It's scary to think about because people are saying, I was in the meetings when this was all discussed. That's why I'm resigning. Like, that's what she says in her letter. Like, this is a known fact. And he's like, oh, I don't know what you're talking about under oath. I don't know how this cannot end well for any of us. Yay, we're almost at 600K. Thank you guys so much. Keep tapping the screen. Yeah, I don't know how this all ends, but I mean, I think this is what Trump wants because I just want you to think about it. Like, if Trump did not want him to be under oath to protect him, he wouldn't have allowed him to subpoena him. They have control. The Republicans keep trying to subpoena Elmo. They won't let him, right? Like, only the Republicans have the majority to, like, you have to vote to subpoena someone and you have to have a majority. So they wanted him under oath. Essentially, it's like they're entrapping him more and more and more. It's crazy to watch. I bet you anything. If he makes one wrong step, Trump is going to throw him under the wheels of the bus. It's like Trump is setting him up for a giant fall. It's fascinating to watch. It's honestly disturbing and scary. I don't even know what to make of it. Oh, since it's here and it's right here next to the presentation, for anyone who was asking about the 10 people, real quick, just because it's right next to this clip, again, of the 10 people who voted to censure Al Green, and I was saying some of them are in swing districts and some aren't, right? So here's the ones I don't know these top 3 people. I honestly don't know anything about them. But Harris plus 14, Harris plus 25. So what I'm saying is these are not swing districts. So I don't know why they voted to censure Al Green. It doesn't seem it's like because they're in danger, right? I also don't know because things could have shifted. So I don't feel like I'm a good researcher for making assumptions, but I'm saying you could look into it. But these districts, like Harris plus 4, Harris plus 1, see Jim Himes in Connecticut, that's a good question. Why Jim Himes? I don't know. But Harris plus 4, Harris plus 1, I don't know Pennsylvania 6, and I don't know if anyone does, they can guess. But like, for instance, Marcy Kaptur, Trump plus 7, she's trying to hang on to her district. Moskowitz, Harris plus 1, hanging on to his district. I don't know who MGP is, just to be clear, but that's Trump plus 3, so that's a swing district. And Tom Suozzi is in a huge, Trump plus 4 district. That's Long Island. That's George Santos's old district. So I think some of these people are credibly trying to be able to go back to their voters and say, hey, like, regardless of party, I'm doing the right thing. Don't vote me out. And then, like, I don't know. You'd have to ask Jim Himes. I have no idea. And like Ed K, I don't know who Ed K, like Hawaii District 1. I just don't know anything about Hawaii. I'm just going to say that honestly. I don't know. So I don't know why. But you'd have to ask them. But yeah, I did do the research is what I'm trying to say. But some of these people are just trying to hold their districts, and then some, maybe they're not in danger. These are sorry if I wasn't clear. These are the 10 Democrats, right? 10 Democrats joined, not all people voted. Some just voted present, some weren't there, and you have to be in person to vote. But of the Republicans that voted to censure Al Green, I think the total was 224. So it's however many that is plus 10. Right? These are the Democrats that voted to censure Al Green. And I was just showing people, like, some of these people are in swing districts. And I guarantee you that's why they did. Like, I know Marcy Kaptur. I don't even know how she is holding that district. She has to. Trump plus 3. Yeah. Like, these people they're just trying to hold on to their district. Harris plus 1. Like, Jared Moskowitz, I know he's in Boca Raton. Like, it's like, I think it's 23, District 23. Yeah. Oh my God, it's written right there. Sorry. I wasn't reading that, I promise. Yeah, like they're trying to hold on to their districts. But yeah, I'm just saying. He's in one of the richest districts. Yeah, that's probably why then. That makes it. He's in Jim. That makes a lot more sense because I don't know about Jim Himes. He's in. Someone in the comments said Jim Himes is in one of the richest districts in Connecticut. That could be why. Yeah, I don't know a lot about Jim Himes' district, but yeah, I'm just showing you. I did do the research, and I do know. I know Swozy is like just barely hanging on, and he like purports himself to be like, I'm middle of the road. Like that's how he's hanging on to it, is be like, I just do the right thing regardless of party. So I'm not surprised there. And Moskowitz is barely hanging on. We cannot lose one more district in Florida. But yeah, I don't know, like the Harris plus, Harris plus 11. I don't know anything about Pennsylvania or why, but they could feel pressured, right? You know, Pennsylvania went to Trump. You just have to ask them. I would say if these are any of your reps, ask them. But again, this isn't a vote that's going to like ruin any of our lives or like, you know, bankrupt the government. But yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, you can be outraged. You wouldn't catch me doing it. But that's also like why I'm not interested in being in politics. Like, because of things like this. Like, I don't want to try to hold a swing district in Arizona because I know I'd have to compromise my beliefs. That's like people are like, why don't you run? Reasons like this, because what it would take to hold a district in Arizona, I don't want to do it. It's like, I don't want to compromise my beliefs, my personal beliefs. And this is a way I don't have to because it's complicated. That's the problem with Congress. I feel like your job is to make a bunch of concessions. And yeah, I personally don't want to. It's very complicated. I mean, I'm angry. There's just no right answers, right? Like, it's hard, especially when you know Al Green and you love him. Like, I love that man. So it's like, how could anyone vote against him? But I mean, he said it very clearly. And he's like, that's why I didn't tell anyone what I was doing. Like, this is my own protest. Like, people and, you know, whoever, I don't blame anyone. I don't blame the police officers who got me out of there. I don't blame the Republicans who voted to censure me. Like, this is my way of dissenting, you know? So, which I absolutely love the man. You wouldn't catch me voting against him, but I understand also why people are like, what the F? It's a tough thing to make sense of. That's what you do when you go to Congress. You have to make concessions and like, it's ugly. The business of Congress is not pretty. That's the truth. I'm trying to find this one clip before we go. Oh, actually, I know what I wanted to show you guys. And I wanted to show you guys this because and I always talk about how there's no statistical correlation between immigration and crime, and there isn't. But if you understand how crime statistics are tracked in America, it's actually really complicated. And like, that's why what we know about immigration and crime has more to do with incarceration rates, because it's hard to track immigration and crime. But one state that actually does is Texas, because a lot of states don't track it, but Texas does. And I always talk to you guys. Actually, I think I took a screenshot of his profile. I'm constantly talking to you guys about Aaron Reichlin Melnick and how he is a genius. He testifies for Congress once a month. He he's a lawyer, an immigration lawyer. He represents the American Immigration Council.org. And I can't remember which one, but one of the people there was his colleague on the American Immigration Council, but he wasn't there, but he was live tweeting the hearing. So he was saying, oopsies, I went past it. He was just saying, because Glenn Grothman was saying, we have no idea about immigration and crime. And Aaron Reichlin Melnick is like, actually, Texas tracks immigration and crime. And Texas is obviously one of the main states. It borders the southern border. And what we know is, look, native-born Americans, 10-year average, it's a rate of crime 3 per 100,000. Illegal immigrants, the rate of 10-year average rate of crime 2 per 100,000. And legal immigrants, the rate of crime 1.2 per 100,000. So like I always say when I'm debating on TikTok, if you want to be safest, you will move to a neighborhood of immigrants. This is where you're safest. The most likely, and look how it spiked in 2022. American citizens are less safe than immigrants. That's the truth. If you want to be safest, go find immigrants and live amongst them. That's what I'm trying to tell you. That's the reality of it. And Republicans were trying to demonize both undocumented and documented immigrants. This is where you're safest. This is Texas. If you're in Texas and want to be safe, find the immigrants and move into their neighborhood. I love this graph. I love Aaron Wright. Follow him. And again, this is from Texas Department of Public Safety and American Community Survey. And Texas is one of the only states that is actually tracking crimes committed by both legal and undocumented immigrants. So, and it's the perfect case study to show. Crime rate's about to shoot up. Why do you think that? I'm asking genuinely. I don't know why. Is it? Oh, because of poverty? Yeah. Like if we go into a recession, for sure, that's the number one driver of crime is poverty. So if we go into a recession, like when was crime the highest? COVID, when people didn't have any money. That's why they were like, oh, look, all this crime, it's the illegal, it's undocumented immigrants sneaking in. No, it was that people didn't have jobs. So if we go, yeah, I do agree. Sorry, my brain is a little bit out of it. I've been thinking about a lot of things, but yeah, no, I totally agree with that. If we go into a recession, definitely crime will spike. That's what happened during COVID. Crime spiked. Oh, I wanted to show this one clip too about farmers because this is important. Kathy Hochul, who's the governor of New York, was speaking to Ben Meiselas about farmers and the tariffs because I don't know if you guys heard during Trump's whatever that speech was. He was like, the farmers love me. I love you too, farmers. It was unbelievable gaslighting from Trump while he's like bankrupting them and then not just bankrupting them, trying to buy their farms. I don't know. You can look this up, but basically farms are being driven into bankruptcy and foreclosure. And then larger companies are basically like going to these smaller farms and trying to buy them up. And he's like, farmers love me. I love farmers. Like farmers do not love you, sir. And these tariffs will bankrupt them. And I thought Kathy Hochul was talking about this, so I thought it was really interesting what she was saying. She's like, in New York, we have farmers and their products are going to Canada.
Well, this is just another devastating policy from the Trump administration. Just a couple of hours ago, I convened a roundtable of farmers from New York who are desperately fearful that this is going to kill their livelihood. I mean, they export most of their products to Canada. They get a lot of supplies. Their fertilizer all comes in from Canada. The sawdust that they use for their animals comes in from Canada. So I don't know what they're thinking in Washington, but this is going to crush the livelihoods of people who supported them. These are your supporters you're killing. So it makes no sense. And to say that it's short-term pain for long-term gain, like people want relief now. They were promised relief from high prices on Inauguration Day. Still waiting for that one. And now this is going to make it more expensive for average families. So it makes no sense at all. We have to shut. Well, this is just.
That's what it was. I couldn't remember what it was. That is what it was. You're right, Queen Boff. 5. Yes, that's what it was. He said, like, have so much fun, farmers. Sorry, he's like, have so much fun, farmers. Like, with what? With bankruptcy? Like, no one's having any fun. That was the weirdest thing. He's like, have so much fun, farmers. Thank you. I couldn't remember exactly what he said, but it was so disturbing and weird. He's like, you guys are going to have so much fun. I love you too, farmers. And everyone's like, what? Like, people are selling their farms in real times. Yeah, he's like, it will be a field day. Yes. He's like, you're going to have so much fun, farmers. Have so much It's like, what? And that's like the back 40 pack, which I talk about, like, that I'm working on with Facts Don't Matter. It's Will Westmoreland. If you don't know who he is, definitely follow him. He's amazing. He's a farmer from Missouri. He's started a pack. It's both a nonprofit and a super PAC, so we can get money however we want. And then basically, like, what it's geared towards is rural areas and reaching them and talking about how actually rural areas are, and I'm passionate about this, especially because of women's rights. Like, rural areas are losing education, right? School vouchers are taking funding from public schools. There's not private schools in rural areas, right? The poor, they don't have anywhere to go but public schools. They're losing the right to education. They're losing hospitals in rural areas. They're losing the right to health care. They're losing their farms. So I'm super passionate, like, leading up to the midterms, that we have to take back rural areas, or just send this message of like, hey, the math's not mathing. And so it's called the Back 40 Pack. Like, we're having another meeting on Saturday morning. And we didn't meet last week, or I would have more information from you, but everything, I think the paperwork is all done. It's all filed, like the financial paperwork. It's very complicated. So I think the rollout will be soon. And then if anyone's interested in like what we can actually do leading up to the midterms to help with that, I'll let you guys know. But yeah, Saturday should be our first meeting where we're doing like planning. Will probably be live later today. I think so. Yeah. I don't know though what time. He just emailed me. Hold on. He emailed me a little bit earlier. Just about the meeting at 9 a.m. on Saturday. Yeah, he didn't say. Actually, I don't know if he does lives at specific times, really. Like, as far as I know, it's more like random. I talked about Newsom and Charlie Kirk first. I was furious. I'm very upset I don't think it makes any sense for Gavin Newsom to have done that, to have him on his first podcast, to be taking pictures, hugging him. And also the clips he chose to release. If you don't know what we're talking about, Gavin Newsom made the decision he started a podcast, which I think is good. But then his first episode, what happened was yesterday, he just released a picture with his arm around Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk is the man who wants to repeal the Civil Rights Act, who spent Black History Month literally a year ago shitting on Martin Luther King Jr. and talking about how the Civil Rights Act set white people back. He's the guy that said when he gets on a plane, if the pilot's Black, he doesn't feel safe. I played all these clips earlier too. If you want to watch the replay, it will be on YouTube. It's not pretty though. And then what was the other one that I was playing that I found? It was like him saying like, oh, if I'm talking to I don't even like to say this as part Black, but he said, if I'm talking to a moronic Black woman who's a customer service rep, I'm wondering if she deserves her job or something. So I'm just saying this. I hate Charlie Kirk. I'm saying this to remind you of who he is. He runs Turning Point USA. He is a far right, fringe Republican, evangelical, who he runs Turning Point USA. He lives in Phoenix, not far from me. Gross. Anyways, so I only had to traumatize you with that information to say, for Gavin Newsom to first yesterday release a picture with him and Charlie Kirk with their arms around each other and then be like, oh, my podcast is premiering and Charlie Kirk is my first guest. And that was gross. People were like, are you nuts? And then this morning, the first clip that comes out is not him like being like, Charlie Kirk, what the F are you thinking? You know, it's him being like, oh, Charlie Kirk, I'll show you the clip. Hold on. I'll show it to you. It's him being like, oh, Charlie Kirk, like, tell us what we should be doing. It's not good. But just know that many people on the internet are not happy about it. He's probably not having the best day as a result. I haven't heard the whole podcast. I just want to be fair. I haven't heard the whole podcast. I don't know if maybe later on he yells at him. But if you do, why would this be the first clip that it just doesn't make any sense to me. It's just strange. I think this misses the mark.
I think you talked about it the other day. A lot of folks were talking about that Carville article where he talked about
roll over and play dead.
Roll over, but in essence, he said that. I think it was a strategic retreat, right? That we need to come back. Trump's starting to implode. His numbers are getting soft. And this was even before the tariff issues, et cetera. And then come back and strike when hot. And I immediately, no BS, thought about you, who's just 24/7 flooding the zone, owning this space, every day getting a convert, every day picking up 1, 2, 10,000 folks, continuing the momentum, coming out of this damn election. And then I'm thinking about, we're going to stand back and watch you run circles around us for 6 months, the next 2 or 3 years, waiting for the moment to finally strike. Struck me as not necessarily the best advice, and it's not a knock on Carville, who I have deep respect for.
I just want to be clear. I actually agree. I don't think we should necessarily stand back. I disagree with this. Like, this conversation, the idea that this is a good guest to have on your podcast. Yes, I agree, man. Terrific. Charlie loves it. Like, I think the winner of this is Charlie Kirk. And like someone said, this is the clip I watched. Yeah, this is the first clip released. It's not like Gavin Newsom being like, hey, you have some pretty messed up beliefs about women, about black and brown people. Like, he doesn't believe women should vote. Like, when I say he is far right, I mean, this is a far right evangelical with some crazy bigoted ideas. So it's not like he's like, oh, let's debate and I'm going to tell you you're wrong. It's like, just listen to a little more.
Oh, that's okay. So I don't have to. He's read about one thing in the last 40 years. It's economy stupid. And boy, he spent down that one line pretty amazingly. Yeah, I hope you guys retreat.
You kind of like the
more
advice.
For us.
I mean,
there's no opposition. There's no activist spark. You guys are posting these cringe videos on social media.
What are the videos? What are the ones?
I don't know. This cringy? Like harmonious thing of like 22 senators all saying the same thing.
You didn't like that, yeah.
I didn't like it. Go ahead. Go do more of that.
What do you do?
Please.
What do you do? Seriously, Charlie Kirk, give us some advice.
Get better ideas, Governor.
I don't know. It's just tough for me. It's tough for me as a minority, as a woman. Like, I know what Charlie Kirk's beliefs are. I don't think anyone should even be sitting with, I don't know. I don't know. And think about it. Like, I'm explaining the coalition in the House and how what it takes to hold a moderate district is different. Even with all that and understanding all that, I don't understand this. Like, I don't, it doesn't make sense. And if you on your podcast were like, oh, you're not right, Charlie, then that's the clip you should have posted. Like, that would be my advice. If you called Charlie Kirk out and said, hey, you have some horrible ideas about women, about brown people, about black people, about disabled people, like, that's what you should have said in the clip you released. And so that's why I'm saying I don't think he said it, because if that clip existed, why would he not lead with it? Like, it's just hard for me to understand. Like, would that make anyone want to watch that? Like that? Well, and Midas Dutch like attacked him. Like, even before I saw that clip, 1 minute after Gavin Newsom released it onto his X page, and like Rod Filipkowski was already like, this ain't it. Like, what are you doing? And I was like, oh, thank God. I'm not crazy. This ain't it. It's like, feel much better now. Like, we all agree this ain't it? Okay. So I don't know if I'm even going to watch. I don't think I can watch the whole thing. I don't have it in me. We have too much going on in the world. But like, and Gavin Newsom is an amazing debater. He has almost an eidetic memory. Like, he can memorize whole data sets. Like, I don't know. It scares me when he does this. I don't know what he could be doing. Is this like, does he think this will help him run for president? I don't know. I don't get it. Because I think was it Ron Filipkowski? Like, I'm trying to think of who I saw say this. Like, someone was commenting and was like, even if you're going to run for president, the most moderate people that we're trying to pull left to vote for a Democratic president, those people don't support Charlie Kirk. Like, he's a right-wing evangelical Christian nationalist. Like, and I mean the rightest of the right. Like, you have to have you have to believe that women should lose. He supports repealing the 19th Amendment. So even if you're like, oh, I'm going to run in 2028, like, it still doesn't make sense to me, like, mathematically with the electorate. So yeah, I think it's a miss, but just if it helps anyone feel better, he's being tormented on the internet over it. Yeah, I don't think for clicks. Gavin Newsom is independent. Gavin Newsom has a lot of money too. So yeah, also not for clicks. I thought about that too. Like, he has money. So it's not like he's like, oh, like, I'm getting rich or something. Like, he already is rich. That's one of the things that always makes me like kind of look at him and be like, what are you up to? Oh, and by the way, thank you for the Twitch bits. And I will tell you, when I start a real commune somewhere in the jungles of South America, you're definitely invited, Illusion. And there we'll never have to talk about Trump or politics or Congress ever again. It's going to be the most amazing place. We'll just hang out with ayahuasca. Yeah, should we bring up his ex-wife, or is that wrong? I mean, this is the guy who was married to Kimberly Guilfoyle. Like, that's his ex. The woman that is now the ambassador of Greece because Donald Trump Jr. dated her for 7 years and wouldn't marry her, and then he cheated on her with, is her name? But I think her name's Bettina Anderson, and then because Kimberly wouldn't go away, they basically mailed her to Greece. Yeah, like, she basically got mailed to Greece so that she would not like make a big stink of what happened. And he has, what is it, like 1 or 2 kids with her, I'm pretty sure. So what I'm doing right now is maybe, I don't know what I'm doing, questioning his judgment. I'm just pointing out. But she, in fairness, I didn't even know this about Kimberly Guilfoyle. She's a lawyer. Someone told me. So, I mean, I didn't know that. I would never have known that from watching her podcast, that she passed the bar somewhere. Like, I find that unbelievable. So, there could have been a time when Kimberly Guilfoyle's brain was working. Yeah, her and Don Jr., John Jr. falls asleep on his podcast, or he's extremely wired, and she's not the same way. And I'm not saying this judgmentally. Like, I'm saying this as something I've read in Republican blogs. Like, at America Fest, which is like a Turning Point USA conference in Phoenix, they were like in the back room, like passed out. So I'm just saying, I think whoever Kimberly Guilfoyle was when she was with Gavin Newsom, it seems like she's different now. Oh, yeah. I could pass the bar. I have the brain to pass the bar. Could I pass it today? I agree with that. Could I pass it today? No. Yeah, exactly. So I do agree with that. You just got to pass it once. Then you can kill off all your brain cells and become a different person. Oh, no, I'm serious. Have you ever seen Junior on his... the only podcast I pay for on Rumble is Junior's, because he literally will be sitting there and he'll be like, he falls asleep while speaking. It is worth it. It's worth the watch. And so I'm just saying, they lived together for 7 years. Like, it's great. Or he won't stop talking, like mile a minute. He'll have a guest and not let them speak. So yeah, that's why it's funny they make fun of Hunter Biden. I'm like, don't throw stones in your glass house. Remember that video I showed you guys? They were at a SpaceX launch at Junior. I mean, I don't know what was in his pocket that he then started rubbing on his gums. I don't know. Anybody can find the video on the internet. All I'm saying is something was in Junior's pocket, and then he took his own hand out of his pocket and started rubbing it on his gums. So at a SpaceX launch, like, you can be the judge of what he may or may not have. I showed the video on this live. Like, I'm just saying, like, that's, unvaccinated New Mexico, another measles unaliving. Breaking news, hold on. The unvaccinated New Mexico resident unalives of suspected measles. The patient tested positive for the infection, but state health officials could not confirm that was the cause of death. Oh, I love how we're doing this. Okay, they just had the measles and are unvaccinated, but oopsies. I dropped my water bottle. But wait, was it a child? Hold on. Yeah, and then there's one other the first casualty was in Gaines County, Texas. There's 10 cases of measles, 6 adults and 4 children. Oh, have been reported in Lee County, New Mexico. Okay, so that borders Gaines County. So I guess Gaines County is in West Texas, and then Lee County in New Mexico borders Gaines County. So that makes sense. So it is all in the same place. I just didn't know if it was like a separate outbreak somewhere else. No, they border each other on the border. And if you don't know, like I heard that's a large, what is it called? Not Amish, but what are the other people that dress Mennonite? It's a Mennonite community, I believe. It's West Texas. As of Tuesday, the measles outbreak in West Texas had sickened nearly 160 people, with 22 hospitalized. Oh yeah, there's a big TB outbreak in Kansas. That is true. Yeah, I read about that. I played a video about that not last week, I think, but the week before on here. For every 1,000 children who get measles, 1 or 2 will die, according to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. Oh my God. Get vaccinated. Vaccinate your children. This is not good. And Trump's is pretending this isn't happening. Like, this is scary to him. Why do you call them that, Illusion? What does that mean? Why do you call them that? Why are they called that? I want to know, is that can I say that, or does that mean something I shouldn't say aloud? I don't know what it means. Can I Google it and then I'll know what that means? I don't want to say it out loud if it's inappropriate. But what is it? Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Mandarif. That's what I was like. I was like, wait a minute, what? Is that something I can Google, and is it known name? Oh, it is on the internet. Why do they call Mennonites schmellies and nappers? This is a real thing. Wait, what? A schmelly is a person of extreme inner wisdom and compassion. A napper nods off in church or any setting. I've never heard this either. Oh, I don't have my Reddit. I'm not doing. I can't even remember if I have a. Why do they call? What is this? I love how someone said that, and the next couple of people on Reddit are like, "I live near a Mennonite community. We don't call them that." Yeah, I don't know. But what's the point? I don't get it. Is there a joke I'm missing? I don't. Oh, they nap too much during farm work. Oh, okay. I've never heard that. I don't know. I was like, am I missing something? I didn't know, but you'd have to know that they nap during farm work to get it. Like, I was just like, what? Okay. There is a subreddit. I'm on it. And and it's like our chat. People are like, I've never heard that. And I live by a Mennonite. I've watched documentaries about the Mennonites. I didn't know that. Was that where the measles comes from? Yeah, that's why we're talking about Mennonite. The Gaines County, I'm going to make sure I don't get it wrong. The Gaines County in West Texas borders Lee County in eastern New Mexico. It is, there's a Mennonite community there. And that's why we're talking about the Mennonites. Yeah, just to be clear. But anyways, okay. I'm going to go because I need to go run. I have to run 10 miles. I have a lot of running to do. Thanks for humoring that. No, I didn't know what you meant. I love to learn new things. I've watched a lot of documentaries about Mennonites. And I didn't learn that. So thank you for teaching me something. I love a subreddit. Thank you guys so much. I shall see you guys tomorrow. Friday, 11:30 Pacific time, 2:30 Eastern. Is Pickles live? Should we raid someone who's live? I can't see who's live inside TikTok studio. So if someone can check for me, or I'll open my TikTok. Oh, Will is live. Will Westmoreland's live. He is live. Let's raid Will. Yeah, Will's live. Awesome. Tell him Flea said hi, and I'll see him at the meeting on Saturday morning for the Back 40 pack. Yeah, let's raid Will. Will's awesome. Thank you. That's so nice, Snoop. Have a great okay. Will's handle, wait, hold on. I need to look it up out. I can't go into the live and check because I'm already live technically in TikTok. Will's handle is,
you know that paper is more sophisticated now than computers.
it is Westmoreland, and Westmoreland has an E between here. I'll put it in. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much, Chrissy. Yeah, that's it. It's Westmoreland _pops, and Moreland has an E between the R and the L. Yep. That's it. And he's awesome, you guys. If you don't know who Will Westmoreland is, he's amazing. He's a farmer from Missouri. He's a political strategist, super smart, and like one of those people that just knows so many things about everything. I'm working with him on the Back 40 pack, which like is what I told you. We're going to work on reaching rural voters for the midterms, which I think is an awesome cause. So yeah, check him out. He's super cool. Have a good night. I will see you guys tomorrow.